it was going to be rude about letting me close everything out.
Yeah.
So
But
I
would you
had to
say
force
we're
both
back
of.
one more time, and then are we back for a new rhyme?
I don't know. You were able to do what I could not.
Like I said, I learned from you. I learned from you, Mom. No, sorry, that's. Oh God, that's so. I mean, to be fair, I learned all my cursing from my mother.
Are you proud?
No,
I'm sorry. I
have
can't
have
fix
I ever
that.
told you about the swear jar story?
You did.
Yeah,
So, I guess we'll see what this has in store for us. Because I
anything
imagine it's auto dialogue.
probably is.
Shibby is always so friggin' loud. But here, all the voices get drowned out. Kinda calms me down, you know?
Can it? We won. You said you'd tell us where he is. So tell us, where's Sheba?
Look at you, Shoka. Here with Neku, the living legend himself. And Rindo, leader of the Wicked Twisters. You discs form a more balanced edge than I thought. Do me a favor. Take down the boss for me. Will ya?
What?
He wasn't always like that. He used to be more human. Now he don't care what happens to any of us, even if we get erased. Like we don't even matter.
Big Sue.
Once he got his hands on those new powers of his, they turned him into a real poison disc. Now he thinks he's god tier.
If you had that much of a problem with him, why did you keep following his orders?
That's what you do with leaders. You follow them, you know? The truth is, I thought I was strong enough, but I was wrong.
Strong enough to what?
Strong enough to take him down myself.
But why?
Passing judgment on Shibuya like he's trying to do just don't sit right with me.
Me neither.
Once he started spouting that nonsense, I wanted to sweep him off the board with my own two hands. As a pro. Knock some sense into him, you know?
Wait, you're his
You
brother?
could have at least told me what you were up to.
I don't.
Why didn't
I
you
think
say
he means the
anything?
metaphorical,
Because I
bro.
didn't think I'd lose to you before I could make my move. I guess I sorely underestimated you discs. And now it's up to you to take care of him. You know,
So those
part
two
of me
fighting
wonders
is
if
what?
he's just lonely. He's always staring out at the crossing, waiting. You ought to find him somewhere around there.
You tried to stick us underground to keep us safe, didn't you?
Did I now?
You know the Shibuya River's not just any river.
You really do know this city inside and out, don't ya? That river's on its own plane. It's gotta be, seeing as it's still flowing from Shinjuku without a source. And if it survived one collapse, it ought to survive another. Might even let you escape the city altogether, if it came down to it. So I figured, even if I couldn't beat Sheba, you discs could.
You weren't trying to trick us, you were trying to protect us.
It's all up to you now. Your move, White. Make it count.
I had a feeling that was the case.
Looks like it's game over for me.
Big Sue! He vanished.
And here we thought he was pulling one over on us. Guess he fooled us again.
But what about Sheba, though? Brother's lost 2 friends now. You really think he don't feel nothing, yo?
Maybe he can't because of the dissonance. Might have destroyed his heart, just like it destroyed Shinjuku. We can't let it destroy Shibuya, too.
Well, now we know where he is. It's time to end this, once and for all.
We can do this. We've all got each other's backs. Sheba's got no one but himself.
Huh? Jeez. I almost feel bad.
I mean, it's true. There's no way he can beat us. We got this. Still no response.
Yeah, I had to restart it because with the internet going down earlier, it decided that it was not going to access anything notification wise. Like
And we
it
just-
didn't it didn't like do any prompt notification for Myth doing the raid when it should have. And it also meant that chat was not showing up on stream like it should be. So I wanted to close it, restart it so I could actually access it. And it also had trouble with closing it, so I had to force end it to be able to reboot it back up and be able to make sure everything's working properly again. Tonight's just a night for tech issues. It happens. Okay, and that does our Suzukichi mark.
Except we're about 3 friendship points short.
I know. I'm not gonna make it at this rate. I've been comparing the data from Shinjuku with Shibuya's current state, but it still doesn't add up. Something must be missing. Big bro, yes! It is rhyme! Oh! It is rhyme! Me still kicking. Thank goodness. Things still going okay? Is everyone safe? Did something happen? I have to go find out for myself. Seeing is believing, after all.
I mean, we knew it, just...
I know. Oh, Suzukichi. I'm about to make a real poisoned move. Stop the boss for me if you can. Don't do anything rash, my friend.
Hello.
I see Shibuya is in shambles. Ayano and Suzukichi have both been erased. And you've strayed from his side, just as Shoka and Sugumi.
Oh.
You should reflect on yourself before speaking of others. Where do you plan to go after Shibuya's fall? I am unsure. I may choose to stay here rather than leave. You intend to go down with the city? If my next destination is doomed to meet the same fate, why delay the inevitable? I see. What do you think it is that Shiba seeks? Shibuya offered us refuge in our time of need, yet he has forsaken his new shelter. And his efforts have left him entirely alone. I do not know what his ultimate goal is. Perhaps he intends to ascend to some sort of higher existence. I cannot begin to imagine. Neither can I. Not even after all these years. What is it? Oh, that's an excellent question. Where indeed?
Backstabbed.
Yeah, backstabbed. So
I think
he
we-
would have been the destruction of the city, literally, had we not gotten out.
Another vision. What the? This must be what's gonna happen today. The whole city. It's getting erased. Shit. Shibuyu's really gonna be destroyed. No. I won't let that happen.
The last day.
Is that the final day? It's the last one.
Oh my goodness.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us. Shibuya's day of reckoning has come! Just listen to that sweet silence settling in over the city. The quiet before the firestorm, if you will. I'm just burning to get started today. But first, a round of applause for the Wicked Twisters. You've made it through the fire, and the goal is just ahead. Now all that's left is for you to mosey on over here. Try not to get burned on your way. 'Cause once you get here, I'll bring the real heat. And with that, I bid you adieu.
This is it. The last day.
Yeah, indeed.
Sure is.
Oh. Didn't mean to undo the audio. Auto.
So,
Damn. Y'all ain't got much to say?
I get it. You're nervous about the big fight. So am I.
you sure don't look nervous.
Just good at hiding it.
You ain't scared.
Yeah, I am. The only one who isn't on edge is you.
Am too, yo. I'm nervous as hell.
Okay, you definitely don't look nervous.
I must agree.
I bet you don't even know what the word nervous means.
Hey, why you gotta call me out like that, Phones? I was just playing. I know what nervous means, yo. But I ain't feeling too worried. So y'all can just leave it to me.
Care to clarify, Worms for Brains? Leave what to you? I am unsure even he knows.
Sure is nice having a couple vets on our side, though. Don't you think? Rin dude? Yeah.
We've got to get to Shiba, no matter what. Not like he's gonna let us just waltz up to him, but still. On the upside, at least he's all alone now. Most of the Shinjuku Reapers are gone now. And the ones left aren't exactly his biggest fans. I bet they'd be willing to lend us a hand if we asked. Worth a try.
We should take all the help we can get. Gonna need it if we want to save the city.
Right. Let's go.
Yeah, it's so dark. Oh, and there's a pig here somewhere.
You want me to just take it for now?
I figured you could take it for now. I'm kind of nibbling on some chips.
Yeah.
And
I don't even remember where we were at in terms of pins.
we had the ice
That's fine.
boomerangs on there, but you weren't entirely sure if you liked them.
No, I do like them. It's just that I didn't like them.
And we had this,
for that boss fight.
and we had specifically the sippy cup frog.
Yeah. I just don't know.
Not necessarily sippy cup, just the frog was sipping from.
Oh no, we
cup.
switched. We
And then,
switched to this.
yes, we did switch to that. We did switch to frog cook.
Let's have a look.
We'll just clear out. I'm just gonna clear out enough just so our stomachs are empty.
Activate!
Whew. I'm trying to figure out what questions do we even still have. God, they fucking block out the pretty much the entire path.
Nice work.
Leave it to me, yo. Good enough.
So we're pretty sure Shiki's here. Rhyme's definitely
Well,
here.
he is here on the RG.
No need to thank me.
Right.
Well done.
But she's still in the city now, which they thought she wasn't.
Right, because he was on business, so...
But someone got her to rush back.
Which was right.
I would imagine so.
Not bad, I'd say.
I imagine Coco will be able to meet up with Shiki to be able to fix some Mr. Mew doll.
And help get Sugumi on our side.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling better?
Whether that means it's gonna be another character, I don't think
I
so.
don't know.
But-
I just think, you know, I just wonder if this... we're at 280.
Just be careful.
God damn, this is gonna get annoying fast.
Well, good thing it's only a 14, right? You're in
Yeah.
300 now, so.
I know, just... You understand what I'm saying.
No, definitely.
Ain't no stopping us now.
Not bad, yo.
So, do you think Sheba acquired Joshua's power?
I think that had to be... When... There's some game going on.
Brace
It's
yourselves,
on...
everyone.
Oh god, it's the same fucking setup. There's some game going on. I think it's between Sheba and Joshua. Now the question is, why did Joshua agree to this?
Joshua just kind of sometimes wants something for the excitement.
Nice teamwork.
I don't think he does it for the excitement. I think he wants it for the point.
In this case, what point is there to prove?
And that's the question I have. Because I don't, like...
Because presumably this has been going on for 3 years.
We got this.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's where I am at a loss.
The fact that he has such a hyperfixation on Neku tells me that the bet has to do with Neku.
I don't think it actually does. I think the reason why he cared about Neku is because I think he felt Neku was the only person who could stop his plans.
Maybe.
I feel like that is a fair guess. Oh, at least we finally get an easier one. But holy shit, these...
Thanks for the assist.
Imagine trying to do a 20 combo like this. I mean, it's doable, but also, it's not gonna be fun.
No, it's not.
Understood. Just doing my job.
Nice.
I know, I was gonna wait until I get that some damage in, so that things start dying a little faster.
No, that's fine. I'm not here to judge how you're trying to play the game.
I know. I'm just explaining myself anyway. I'm not trying to say you're judging or anything, just... Come on, is it lethal?
All right, we won.
On the last shot.
Right on the last shot.
Not too shabby.
Well, we should be on an empty stomach now. Do we have any side quests we can do?
What to do?
Nope.
Nope. To be fair, I was kind of expecting that.
No.
Thing is that we still don't have a connection.
And the connection goes to Kai.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's obvious.
So
why
it's
the-
either gonna be post game or something fucky's gonna happen.
Yeah. I mean, I assume there's going to be a rewind. One
Let
last
me think
rewind.
this through.
One more time for old sake, right? Well, so first thing I want to do is hit up the shops before.
Hey there! Catch you later, alligator! Let's move.
Need something?
I'm just finding it first. Say goodbye.
You're fine.
I,
More boops.
which one is this?
Nikki has booped us.
Oh, hi, Nikki.
No, I mean, for some reason,
Might as well buy that.
for some reason, I thought you've already booped, but then I realized, no, you haven't. Not this stream.
Let's move.
Okay. Pig. Actually, before Pig, let's just get some food. I have no idea what everyone likes anymore. I'm just going through the list and seeing.
You know, my stomach's just not happy with me in general.
Huh?
My stomach's just not happy with me in general. So I will be back.
Is your stomach or just your body in general?
I guess.
Let's dig in.
Time to eat.
Let's eat, yo!
This.
Low-key, I kind of love this.
Amazing.
Hey, Nagi hit 222.
Thanks, cutie pie!
So Threads and Nagi. That would cost a lot of attack.
Let's have a look.
And this might be the Kingpin. Okay.
Fighting never ends.
We've got
I didn't think we were going to end the game this night. But it seems like we're going to.
How was that? Right on time. Exquisite timing.
You're welcome.
Oh, the pinata pig. Shit.
Indeed.
We've got
Masterfully done. Splendidly done.
We've got this. Let's keep it going.
Not bad, I'd say.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's a really good item to get right now. No over pigs here. Whew. This is a hell of a remixed version of Twister.
Hello again. Thank you very much. Whoa, hello again. Thank you so much.
Please come in.
What's Cure Boost 4? Oh, this is a fucking upgrade for everyone. Frozen Froze 3. This is a straight upgrade for Beat also. And Beat has our fucking Ice Beams of Doom, so... This is Rendo Defense Boost 3, fine then, whatever. The Perpetual Pain 2 for this. What's this? Shoka's Jackpot, Rapid Reboot 2. Turbocharge.
Thanks. Good day to you.
How much defense are we losing out by? Not Cure Boost. Did I buy 2 items or did?
Please come in.
Because I bought, oh,
Thanks. Good day
pants.
to you.
That's the reason why. Well, it's still Frozen Froze opposed 3, so. What's that dress do again? Cure Boost 4. Okay. Right. What boots are you? Boots are you trying to? No. Anything? Oh no, I have Fire Ace and Janet. Technically, it's more attack and defense, but Regen 3. And also combine that with the boombox. It's a really good combo. No, you're getting that HP boost, so... No, I'm not dropping that much fucking defense just for... Like... Oh, these are supposed to be NECA's shoes. he has toxic synergy. But actually, I think his whoops. I think his boost would go better than the toxic synergy. If anything, sort by ability. I'm sure we have a shiny synergy somewhere. Yes. And then so let's see. Our total HP count 1320, 1460 for 2780. 2730, so that puts us up at 5510. 1549, 5510. That brings us to 7059. 7059. So this would bring us to 9600 and 9631. 9631. And this brings us to 12,032 HP total. For the team.
Let's move.
Oh, gotta wait for Calvi now. I don't know if there's any other voice lines, so. No, you, Nikki. Whew. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. And Calvin's back. Oh, back as in her seat, not no headphones on,
Not
no
yet.
Doritos in hand.
Not yet.
What? Who are you talking to? None of your business. Is it a girl? Grab it. I ain't reading it anyway. Rude. You should at least see what they said. Nah, I'm good. See yourself. This whole thing is just whack, man. Don't even feel like Shibuya anymore. Yeah, never seen anything like this. Hard to believe I was hanging around here just, or like normal just a couple weeks ago. It's a completely different city.
It's probably Rhyme trying to get a hold of him.
Yeah, I know. It's almost certainly that. Like, who else could it be?
Exactly.
You saw what changes I made.
Yo!
In terms
Very
of
briefly.
Keep it fresh!
okay, so I spent most of our money in a few items. So on bead, I got these pants. It has
Okay.
Frozen Froze 3, which is actually the item thing we had before with the frog tube, but it's just much better in terms of base stats.
Okay.
That sends us back 270 grand. But the main thing is this, which has really fucking good stats in Cure Boost 4.
Cure Boost Bean.
It normally increases restored HP. And also,
But
combine that
Fred doesn't restore HP.
restored, as in anything that increases
Okay.
his. Also, he has the boombox, so that's regen 3 for him.
Okay.
So hopefully, this should just be enough active and passive regen, along with the fact that we have over 12,000 HP total.
Okay. Also, that is very funny out of context, Nikki.
I mean, Nikki, if I were to do that in real life, I would want. It's only. Wow, this is only. I mean, it's not expensive anyway.
Keep it fresh!
I might want to consider.
Modded dress and some pants. I mean, that's just the essentials.
This evolves on him, so it was a slight bit weaker, but
It'd be worth it when it evolves.
yeah.
At least I imagine so.
Yeah, and it will be the first special evolution pin we get evolved, right?
Welcome.
Yes.
Yep, Fret. Wow, this sign. Well, actually, no. It's rewind this.
Thanks, pal.
I don't even know what pants I would put in Fret right now.
How goes?
How's it hanging, Twisters?
Hey, you guys.
So the rumors were true. You really are backphones. In the flesh. Been so long, I thought you weren't going to show up.
You all don't look so hot. Are you sure you're up for this? Yeah, we'll be fine. But it'd be a big help if you could take care of the noise in the RG. Please? Sure. Not like we've got anything better to do. We're a little short-handed at the moment, but I'll be busting my ass to make up for it. So you'd better be busting yours to win this game.
Yes.
We will. I'll hold you to it.
Count me in too. I'm gonna fight for Jabu till I keel over. Just be sure to keep your guard up. That Shiba's one tough cookie.
Oh.
We know. Thanks. See you when it's over. Did I go in? Yeah, I did go into the hog thing.
You did.
Oh my, what was the prompt? I
It
don't.
feels like it's just trying to take us to, like...
Right, straight just Retro Pain 2. I mean, it's just money at this point. It's all just money, right?
See you around then.
Yes and no. That wasn't the only new thing in that shop.
Oh, we're on the other new thing.
Welcome back.
The hat.
The hat. Power removes fix. Why?
See you
I
around
mean,
then.
I feel like Do we have anyone who has a good reason? Okay, you're definitely keeping that on. I'll consider it. Cool, you're wearing the hat. Like I was
See,
like,
aren't you glad I told you about the hat?
yes, it has a hell of an ability to throw at the last second at us.
No, definitely. Coco.
Yep, and it's just loading. Hold up, Theo. Ain't that Poco?
Like, hey!
My, if it isn't the Wicked Twisters. I'm ever so glad I ran into you. Now I can wish you well in person, so good luck out there.
Seriously, yo?
What do you mean, good luck? Your ass better be helping us raise that noise, yo.
Oh? And like, why should I?
We're kind of short on numbers here. We could use the help.
Oh, but I am helping dear Neku. Even if some uncouth oath doubt my efforts. I'm doing what I can to ensure we all live happily ever after.
Huh?
So what exactly are you doing?
OMG!
Can you, like, cool it for the 3rd degree, sis? I've been erasing noise and helping folks I see around town. I'm, like, literally doing so much, okay? Yeah, guess we shouldn't have doubted you.
I see.
Perhaps. Yet something about her personality strikes me as deeply untrustworthy.
You?
Wow, like, harsh much? Anyway, regardless of what you might think, I'm like totes committed to saving the city. So, are all our preparations in order? If you're having trouble in Shiba, Kai might be able to help. Wait, Kai? That's what I said.
But what makes you think he can help us?
Cause he's like, knows a lot about the city and stuff. You can literally do whatever you want. But it's like, prob's a good idea to check in with him before you do anything else.
Maybe he'll have some intel for us.
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what he might know. But it's surely more than a fairy princess like me.
Sure.
Okay, we'll check in with Kai.
Splendid virtuous. I believe he's somewhere in Utagawa at the moment. That's not too far. Well, let me try messaging him. He's not responding. Maybe he's busy chatting with someone else. He can only really handle one conversation at a time. Think we should just pay him a visit instead?
Might as well. Shouldn't take too long to get there.
Bye now.
Well then, I do believe this is where we part ways. Good luck to you all, or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, thanks. One last stop here.
Yep.
Oh, it's you.
And we're going to Otagawa, so we need to...
Let's move. Let's move.
How do you feel?
I don't know.
Let's move.
It's 12:41 a.m. in the morning, and we're already on the last day. Despite all the tech issues we've had tonight.
You make it sound like something bad's going to happen.
Oh no, something absolutely bad is gonna happen.
Okay, you understand what I mean by bad. Hey, is that... Yes, we can see it, Myth.
Hey Myth, I restarted Streamlabs, so it should
If
all
you
be
don't
working
need a
now.
bit, no.
No,
I'm
Myth,
jo-
no, it's fine.
Hey, is that... You could just literally host the stream if you wanted to. That would work also. I mean, you're probably already hosting, but yeah. Anyway, hey, is that...
I know I'm finishing turn.
I know, I'm waiting.
Shima, hey.
Greetings.
Well met, Wicked Twisters.
Hey, so it might be a little late to ask this, but whose side are you on?
Rather late indeed. Were I pressed to choose between Shinjuku and Shibuya, I would abstain. My actions are not guided by my alliance to any particular city. And what actions are you taking now? I am searching for someone. Okay, who? That is none of your concern. You should focus your time and energy on the task before you. I wish you well.
He's a Shinjuku Reaper, right?
Right.
Yeah, he used to be Shiba's right-hand man. Even though it sounded like they didn't get along very well. Oh. Yeah, Hishima always kept to himself, watching from afar. And Shiba never really chased after him. Just let him be. As far as I can tell, at least.
I see.
Who do you suppose Hishima might be searching for then?
Maybe Shiba, I guess? If that's the case, then he should tag along with us.
True. Anyway, like he said, we don't have time to waste worrying about it. We have to hurry. Also, Myth, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I am sorry about the job thing. And if it was for the migraine, heck 'em. And if it was missing work or whatever because of migraine, still heck 'em. You deserve better. Kai.
Oh.
Shunka, I'm so relieved to see you're okay. You too. Hey, if you're not doing anything, do you think you could help us out? Oh, but I am doing something. I'm awaiting a certain someone. Who? One who holds incredible power. A power not of the supernatural variety. Huh. Weird. I believe they may be able to offer some assistance. But if we are to save the city, we will need all the help we can find. That said, I worry they may be unable to arrive at our rendezvous point. If I do manage to meet them, and if they are willing to assist, then I will gladly aid you in your efforts. Thanks a bunch. You are on your way to do battle with Shiba, right? Correct? Yeah, that's the plan.
Hey, Kai. Can you tell us anything about Shiba's powers?
I would if I could. Forgive me. But I'll continue to analyze that data I can find. If I come upon any new revelations, you will know right away.
Sure. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Are you two done, or...? We are. Take care and be well, Shoka. And tell Rindo I would be more than happy to perform any deviations he requires.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let him know. See you around then. Let who know what? Let you know to give Kaya a call if you want another reading. That's good. Hey, are you too close? Why? No reason, just curious is all. I mean, we work together, you know, doing Reaper stuff. And sometimes I'd have him tell my fortune. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Yep, totally. Anyway, you can trust him. He's a good guy. Okay, good to know. New music.
I think we're missing just one track now.
Hey.
Right, we're not. This is so interesting of a pin, but I mean, I kind of want to just grab it for the sake of grabbing it, but
Gotcha.
See you later then.
but for now, I don't know whatever stores we're gonna run into.
I'm sorry, Myth. That's rough, and you deserve better than to be taken through the rigmarole of things.
Let's move.
You know, we're about to go into a. I don't know how long it's gonna be until the final fight.
Do you want to create a save file real quick?
Huh?
You want to create a save file real quick?
Before or after we feed, because I figured this is as good a time as ever to overstuff them to hell. Okay, you like that. What about the whole rotisserie chicken? Whole rotisserie chicken it is then.
Okay.
Well, let's eat.
Man, I am
Let's dig in.
starving.
Oh man,
That
Yes.
really hits the spot.
Is amazing.
And Nagi continues to have the most base HP. Yeah, let's do a save file. Whoop. I don't know what to expect. Okay.
let's move.
Hey! Back for more? Come again!
Oh, yo.
Are found, right. Friends, not back and whatnot.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's move.
Okay, yeah. Friends with Crossman. What's about to happen? Besides everything bad.
Yep.
Well, here we are, back at the crossing.
Right.
No turning back now.
The show.
And I ain't going down without a fight, yo.
Yes.
Such would be an unthinkable end to our tale.
Rinda,
Shiba's tough, but we can beat him. Right, Rindo?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got this. Shibuya's counting on us. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, no, fuck him.
Great, so he wasn't even willing to listen or understand.
Actually, before we go, there's one other stop. I don't know if we actually got to stop at.
I don't
Check
think we
this-
got to shop at that place now.
Here you go.
I'm sorry, Myth. This sounds like a place that has communication issues, and if it's this much trouble starting off, it's only gonna be worse if you're doing it for longer periods of time.
Yeah.
It's a pin.
I'm just curious what this is. I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
This-
that does sound like it's part of the problem too. I'm sorry, Meth.
Server World Cup Fire.
Thank you kindly.
Can I, so... Because I want to have that as a backup. There's no pins. We're going to do a very quick combo. Oh, reduction. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Let's move. All right. Who wants a piece of Fred?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Meth.
Ready or not?
You deserve someone that's gonna be willing to give you the space to be able to talk and have that understanding with the situation. Because not everyone's going to have the same kind of situation.
What'd you say, Penny? Get a grip, yo.
Feeling better?
Ow.
Well done. It's over. All right. Great job.
He really just wants to fucking ram me.
We've got this.
Hopefully that should help then.
Exquisite timing. Well done.
Can you please, like, move away from the corner?
Give it to me. That was perfect. You're done for. Nice teamwork. That was perfect.
You're gonna move from the corner finally?
Feeling better?
Nope, of course you're not. At least you're poisoned, so you should die eventually. God, that was annoying. Not because the enemy is actually that hard, it's just... It's corner camping. It's camping!
I think we've got this.
Listen, he was just trying to keep his booty safe from everybody else.
You ready?
Is it that what we call covering your ass?
Yes.
Yeah, I can definitely tell the cover remix is doing a lot more damage. It's not like it's like only on the scale of like 10%, but but it's still decent
This
boost.
is gonna be easy.
Okay, get rid of that jellyfish first.
Turn up the volume, yo.
Well done.
I think we're on pace of possibly being able to finish the base game tonight.
Yep, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. Because I feel like at this point, like we can't start a long-term commitment.
Keep it going.
I don't even know, but like
We've got this. Well done.
but I was thinking it only seems fair for me to drop by for one more stream before everything.
I mean, it could be an Apex stream.
Apex or Fall Guys. Fall Guys would be nice and relaxing.
This'll be easy.
Ain't no stopping us now. I'm impressed.
It also doesn't need to be anything fancy. Like, we could, like, just play Mario Kart or something.
Well done. We've got this.
Yeah, but if we play Mario Kart, people are gonna want to join us.
Perfect timing.
Good enough.
I mean,
No, we're not gonna name names.
I'm not naming names.
You're giving me that look, though.
But I'm not naming names.
That was sick.
At least we'll get some money off this. We're on reduction 5?
No sweat for Fred.
Yes. Jellyfish is only first. Well, not only.
Otherwise, it's just gonna get overwhelming.
Perfect timing.
This is gonna be annoying.
Not bad.
Let's keep it up. We're gonna win. Friends, focus.
I guess something to think about as well. Do we want to bring our level up to where it should be?
Just for the first time through.
For the first time through, yeah. Because I feel like we should. For how hard the Suzukichi fight was, I feel like we should.
I wonder.
I learned from the best.
I don't know if it's going to make a meaningful impact to our HP. That's the thing.
Not necessarily our HP, but
Just be
Well,
careful.
that's all level effects.
how big of a reduction did you grab?
We're currently, I think, 12 levels below.
Wizard timing.
Right, we can always beat it at a higher difficulty later.
Well, yeah.
Good.
Well, the main thing we would ideally want is just the pin drop on the first time through, so we don't have to worry about doing it on ultimate difficulty, so that we only have to just worry about doing it on ultimate difficulty later.
I just figured that at this point the drop rates are still significantly lower. Like, we didn't get the good drop from that last Suzukichi fight, right?
We haven't checked, actually.
We could check. We could check. Because
Wikipedia.
all the frogs, all the jellyfish.
Holy shit. Some of these drop rates are... We haven't even gotten to hard mode for that one. We have gotten it for the Grunt Wolf. Some of these drop rates are just ridiculously low. But this is how it was in the prior game too, where it's just
Yeah.
like... You know what name of that is here. It's the one that we
Yep.
avoided earlier.
Got some T-Rexes.
And that's probably something.
It's
we can
probably
fight-
another
Something we
T-Rex.
can fight right now. We're missing a pig, which wait, no, it would be the Kingpin pig.
Yeah, I think so.
Which
You know, we'll
You know
be
what?
eventually.
probably instead of fighting Shiba immediately, we should just walk around the city and see if we can find him.
I kind of want to do the story though.
I mean, we can do it afterwards. And so which one? This is the
So we did not get hard.
got Shadow Matter instead of whatever the hard mode one was.
Okay, so we did get the hard pin from Suzukichi fight.
This is this is not the Suzuki fight.
This is a show fight.
Right.
That's the Suzukichi
which we
fight.
did.
Okay, so
Time is relative, and it's the only weakness is blast.
hopefully you're having a good lurk, Nikki.
Also, I don't know if we ever checked out what time is relative even does. Okay.
Uh,
It okay, it's just an auto attack knockback combo that if the full combo hits, will go and actually do a slowdown. Okay.
love you too, Nikki.
Love you too, Nikki. Yes. What was that item I was thinking about getting? The
Pin?
not this one. This one.
Yeah.
Just as a backup pin if we don't need the healing.
Yeah. No, I get you. Hopefully you're having a good night. I
Thank
assume,
you kindly.
if I remember right, tonight was your Today was your Monday?
So, ready to progress some plot?
Yes.
And then...
Ready
well,
to cry.
Are you sure you're gonna cry?
Listen, I was like real close to crying
Well,
during...
you had this compliment, so...
You're both wonderful and exceptional people. I'm proud to know you, both of you, and seeing how you beat me at chess and cooking equally. You're both kind and will fight for people if they're having a bad day, and that means more than you may know. Probably very arrogant of me to say. Anyway, you're both great. Nikki is too.
Well, Nikki doesn't have to accept their compliment. That's not part of the deal, but...
Thank you, Myth. That's real sweet of you to say. That
Yeah.
I don't do much. I
You
will
do a
fight
lot.
people. I will fight people that make bad days for other people.
You want to say?
Oh, it's Otto.
Well, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Sheba!
I moved all my things here. Thought I could use the extra space. How kind of you to pay me a housewarming visit. I do hope you find it to your liking. Come in, sit down. Make yourselves comfortable. Enjoy it while you can. Look at you twisters. Tosai Furusawa. Nagi Usui.
Sweet.
Daisuke Nojo Bito. Shoka Sakurane. Neku Sakuraba. And finally, Rindo Kanade. You really surprised me, I must say.
How so?
The game had grown so boring till you came and fired things up. You beat the unbeatable Ruinbringers, recruited one of my own Reapers, enlisted the aid of the one and only Neku, and made it all the way here in hopes of defeating me, like moths to a flame.
You might be acting all cocky now, yo, but you know you ain't stand a chance against us.
Yeah, and we're not here for your entertainment. We just want to end this stupid game and get the hell out of here.
Is that right? Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. You can struggle all you want, but there's no happy ending awaiting you.
No, we must prevail. For the sake of Alestra.
Better focus on one game at a time. Gotta finish this one first.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, just don't let your guard down. No telling what he's gonna pull with the power of dissonance on his side.
Dissonance, you say? Now where in the world did you hear about that?
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. All that matters is that you're here now. I've been burning to finally meet you, Neku. The most famous player in all of Shibuya is within my reach at last. If I can snuff you out here and now, there'll be no one left who can stop me. I can pass judgment on Shibuya without any impediment. I scoured the city for you, you know. Even tried to lure you in from the RG with those silly pins.
What? That's what you were using these pins for? To find Neku?
Yes, ironic, seeing as he was hiding under my nose this whole time. But my efforts weren't completely wasted. I managed to snag you all instead. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but you weren't without your own merits.
What's happening to him?
He's unleashing his true power.
As thanks for getting me so fired up, I'll make your immolation an immaculate one.
Listen, Shiba is Shinjuku's most powerful Reaper. Ease up even for a second, and we're finished.
Oh, heavens help us.
No biggie. We just gotta win, yo.
Come on, we're ready for you, hotshot. Bring it on!
Rindo, don't use your powers unless you absolutely have to.
Okay.
If they really are connected to the dissonance somehow, there's no telling what consequences they'll have.
Right.
We keep moving, even if things don't go according to plan. It's tough, but it's for the best.
Got it. Let's go. Ready? Galaxy Brain, activate!
Very good quote for final boss battle. Deer does say that. And also Myth. I'm just okay, I guess. Uh-oh.
Oh,
This is some Kingdom Hearts shit. Mixed with some Bayonetta shit, honestly.
Long have I waited this moment. The mere thought of crushing you has got me all fired up.
Well, it's time to cool off, cause we're ending this game.
Leave it to me.
That was perfect.
Keep your eyes on me.
it's not his actual form.
This is
He's taking too much damage.
he is taking too much damage. This is basically phase 1 of him just toying with us.
And something makes me think it's the 3-phase fight.
Honestly, I kind of thought that too.
Feeling better?
Nice one, Rindo.
That's enough.
Ow.
You're all good, Myth. I feel like what you wrote was still still personal and emotional. Made my heart warm and fuzzy.
All or nothing. Do it to it, Bones.
Oh no, Hero. That would be. Hero said, I mean, if it's a Kingdom Hearts shit, it's like a 6-phase fight.
I mean,
You're not wrong, Hero, but also, I have one fear.
oh, hit 200%, so at least we can carry this into the next fight.
I'm hoping it's, like, not more than 3.
Oh, okay.
That
That's an
hurt.
interesting combo.
That hurt. A little bit.
Feeling better?
How's that? Masterfully done.
Okay.
Phase 1
Phase
now?
1 down.
Just stop fucking with us, game. No, stop it. Come on.
We know this is not the end of this game.
We're not fucking idiots here.
Huh? Where are we? Well, we beat Shiba. Which could mean this is the RG? We really made it back?
Nope.
No. Oh, are we going through a gauntlet now?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's wrong with everyone?
Don't know. But I sure hope we don't have to fight them all.
Indeed, we're woefully outnumbered. Most spectacular.
Okay, so what kind of fuckery is this?
Oh, the metal face.
The what?
The metal face. Yeah, given the music.
Yeah. 1,000 heartless fight. Oh no.
I mean, to be fair, doing given the amount of killer remixes we can get, as long as the heartless don't get progressively, the noise doesn't get progressively harder. At least.
This is week 1 noise we're fighting.
Fuck, I don't have anything to stop this right now.
I hope not. Sharks are a lot. Myth, last stream, I think it was last stream. Thought we were gonna lose beat, and I was starting to cry over it.
I don't think I can take much more.
And then I was so relieved that I still cried over it.
No.
What are we supposed to do?
Stop fucking with my screen.
Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
This red actually hurts my eye a little bit. Hi again, Shiva.
Have you enjoyed yourselves? If so, you'll be pleased to know the real fun is about to begin.
I've just about had it with you, yo.
I'll be sure to make your final moments truly heartwarming.
Basically.
Down in flames.
The groove, I guess?
Wait, is there doppelgangers? No,
I...
fuck this. I'm not doing this shit. Wait, it's not locking on? Oh, no, he's taking way too much damage still.
He's still taking way too much damage. So I would consider this technically phase 2 of this fight.
Technically, I would call it phase 3, where phase 2 is basically an intermission segment, then to go and. I mean, depends on how you look at it.
Uh-oh. Shit. Now there's doppelgangers everywhere. Yeah, phase 2 of the boss. Phase 3 of the fight in general. You're beautiful, wonderful, amazing, talented, cute, lovely, sweet, and I love to hang out with you. I love you very much. I love you too, thank you. That's just sweet for me. Thank you.
How about an encore?
Really? I think I almost did a phase skip because of how much damage she was taking.
Hopefully. Oh, it says Zemdus laser. You're not wrong. Oh. Good thing we have healing for this fight.
Yeah, a lot of healing.
A lot of healing, a lot of defense.
Wicked twisters.
I'm sorry, what?
Has come to snuff you out. Once and for all.
This was Kingdom Hearts a long time ago. You're not wrong, Nikki.
For us. No, we can still do this. We have to.
Can I get something? Okay, that was...
So far, so good. Let's keep it going!
Oh, that's fucked. He basically has better versions of our pins.
Exquisite timing! From me, turn up the volume, yo! We got this.
Feeling better? Let's heal.
No, this is not the end. Come on.
No, this is not the end. This is too.
Gotta get my head back into zone.
Okay. I'm still positive that there's technically going to be another part to this fight. It's just deciding that that's the end of that fight, so we're not having to start it all over, and this is initiating a second fight, so we have a better, like, revive
Checkpoint.
point. Yeah.
How could this happen? All my plans up in flames. But I was the chosen one. How could I lose to the likes of you?
We did it! We actually did it!
Wow. We beat the boss.
Serves you right for underguessing us, brother. It's game over for you.
Like you said before, we've got to declare a winner. And if you won't say it, then allow me.
That's a solid
We
burn.
win.
No. But I'm the executor.
Executor?
I'm still not buying it.
No.
He's gone.
I can't believe we actually won.
Well, believe it. Now you can finally go home.
Oh shit. You're right. Finally! Well, what about you, Shoka? Are you going back to being a Reaper, or are you coming to the RG too?
Don't know. Either's fine by me.
Well, where do you think you'd end up in the RG?
Beats me now that Shinjuku's gone. Maybe I'll wind up in some fancy-ass house. Part of some picture-perfect family. Or maybe not.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, Rindo. The truth is...
Good work out there, kids!
You!
You know, I kind of forgot about him for a hot minute. I
Okay,
kind of
I
hoped he
thought
just...
he got away.
He got away.
Kubo, like I always say, you gotta expect the unexpected. Be prepared for a future you didn't see coming.
Did the game freeze?
It's soft locked, I think.
Oh no!
Are you fucking
Why?
kidding me?
Why does this happen to us? Why does this happen to us? Wait, what if this is the game fucking with us? What if this is the game fucking with us, maybe? Let's give it a minute. I feel like, can I see? Can
I don't think they would
I-
do that to
I'm
us.
going to touch the controller and be like, please work again. Please work again. Honestly, I really wonder if this is the game fucking with us.
No,
because
it's not.
It just feels like it is, because it's just like, be prepared for a future you didn't see coming. It's just like, okay,
No.
you know, I didn't see it coming. So, I guess I guess we close out.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope continue worked. If not, we did make sure to do a save.
I
A
mean,
manual
the
save.
only thing we didn't do was go. We went to Ready to Go
Yeah.
after.
Never see it coming. Yes. Yeah, that's pretty on par, Nikki.
To be fair, the last time this happened was week 2, day 2.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay. So, let's see if it was kind.
Or how kind.
How kind. It's just taking a sec. Don't worry about it. Oh no.
No, soft hero.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Maybe. Maybe.
Okay.
It's loading as if it's trying to load up the dialogue. Okay, there it goes.
How could
Okay,
this
you
be
don't have to do the fight again.
all my plans
But it could still soft walk
in
again.
flames?
It could.
But I
If
was
that's the
chosen
case,
one.
what
How
causes the
could I
soft
lose
lock?
to the likes of you?
We did it. We actually did it.
Wow. We beat the boss.
Serves you right for underguessing us, brother. It's game over for you.
Like you said before, we've got to declare a winner. And if you won't say it, then allow me. We win.
No. But I'm the executor.
What is that supposed to mean?
Person that's assigned to carry out the terms of a will.
Well,
Gotcha.
believe it.
Hi, Stitch. We're in like end game territory as a
Like-
heads up.
Like literally like the last like 30 minutes
Well,
most likely
what
of the
about you,
game.
Shoka? Are you going back to being a Reaper, or are you coming to the RG too?
Don't know. Either's fine by me.
Well, where do you think you'd end up in the RG?
Beats me now that Shinjuku's gone. Maybe I'll wind up.
We
in some fancy
we're
ass
going
house.
through this dialogue
Or some
again because
picture-perfect family.
game soft locked
maybe
on
not.
us.
What's that supposed to
Hopefully
mean?
it doesn't do it again.
Look, Rendo. The truth is,
Good work out there, kids.
She's Swallow and it's
What are you doing here?
Who?
Kubo.
Like I always say, you gotta expect the unexpected. Be prepared for a future you didn't see coming. And that
Okay,
future arrives
this is why it
44
fucked up, 'cause
minutes
it's-
and 44 seconds past 4 p.m. And now it's showtime.
What's showtime?
oh.
What the?
Devour it all! The barrier, the reapers, the players! Everything. This whole city's getting cleansed. This
Our
isn't good!
pin causes the inversion?
The hell's up with these birds, yo?
It's you. The dissonance is coming from you.
Nice detective work there, you little punk!
Neko!
city. It's getting erased.
Appreciate the help, kid. I really owe you one.
I never helped you.
Sure you did, every single time you turned back the clock. Couldn't have made all this noise without you. And since Sheba screwed the pooch so badly, I gotta put my backup plan into action.
You're not just a Reaper, are you?
Is he the conductor?
Oh no! I'm the executor.
What?
Plot twist, kid! Believe it or not, I'm an angel from a much higher plane than this here, Yuchi. And yours truly has been tasked with executing the inversion.
What are you talking about?
Ish, in other words, I nudge a few game pieces in the right direction and lead the city towards its inevitable destruction.
So it was all you. The dissonance? My powers? Everything?
Nah, you're getting it. Brought you into the underground, too. You're welcome for that. We angels ain't allowed to interfere with the planes ourselves, you see. So we gotta appoint someone else to do the dirty work for us.
You really are the literal worst.
He appointed Sheba.
So what? You're saying you used Sheba so you could destroy Shinjuku too?
What, you think going back in time will save the city? Well, I hate to break it to you, kid, but as long as you've got that pin, my noise are inevitable. They'll devour Shibuya all over again just like they did this time. You might have noticed, but I'll spell it out for you just in case. Use your powers again and you'll spawn even more noise! And I just so happen to be the Noise Master! Meaning I can make them do whatever I want, whatever it takes to get the job done. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it.
What do we do?
I guess Neku was right. About my powers. I shouldn't have used them so much. But if I don't use them now, then... Shoka! I have to go back. If I don't try to stop this, everything will be erased. I have to go back!
There's another day.
SBY?
No idea.
The last day.
Prime.
No, you should be as good as the story if I don't do something.
In mathematical terms, the sometimes use a dash, either similar to the grave key, to indicate prime.
It's that vision again. What the? I can't let things turn out this way. The whole city. It's getting erased. have to save Shibuya, no matter what.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us.
Okay, I managed to turn back time. Now I've got to tell everyone what's going on. How Kubo's the one plotting Shibuya's erasure. How he ripped us from the RG while we were still alive. How he gave me and Shiba our powers to help create all that dissonance. How he's the so-called executor. We'll find a way to deal with Shiba, but Kubo's gotta go. Him. And those ravens of his.
Well, this is it. You ready?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I feel that.
As do I.
Well, this is awkward.
Damn. Y'all ain't got much to say?
Rindo, did you turn back time again?
How did Neku
Wait,
know?
don't tell me something horrible and catastrophic happened.
It did. But I also learned something pretty important as a result. I finally know who's been creating all that dissonance we've experienced.
You do?
Well, don't just leave us hanging. Spit it out already.
It's Kubo, the Reaper. He's the one. He's the executor trying to erase Shibuya.
Gramps? You mean his scraggly ass ain't dead yet?
The Arbiter of Death remains alive.
For now, that just means it's up to us to erase him.
So if this is a game, does that make him the last boss? Maybe. Guess I was right about there being someone else pulling the strings.
Guess so.
Even though I don't know who Kubo is.
Wait, you don't? Oh, right. You haven't had the pleasure yet.
How would you describe him? Quickly.
An old asshole.
I certainly cannot argue.
We ought to tell Shiba.
That Kubo's an old asshole?
More specifically, that Kubo's the one behind all of this. There's no way we can take on the two of them, which is why we need Shiba on our side.
Even if we cannot forge an alliance, perhaps he will agree to some sort of truce.
Let's just hope he's willing to hear us out. First, we've got to go talk to Shiba. Hopefully we can get through to him.
Hi, Luca. We are deep into spoiler territory as a heads up. And yes, Vita's a moron. But he's our himbo, and I love him a lot.
Well.
Oh, so we need to
Hello.
go to the Scramble Crossing?
Yep, at 4 p.m.
This is the game with all the frogs that I was showing you.
Yeah. Sadly, you don't have any. Well, actually, no. You have one of the frog stuff. One of the frog pins equipped.
No worries, Hero. That sounds like it's very early in the morning. I hope you have a good night.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna finish this game tonight.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you having a 9 a.m. meeting is equivalent to me having a 10 a.m. meeting. And I still do all these streams after it.
We have a lot of froggy pins, and
We're only using one of them currently.
we're only using one of them currently, but it's a froggy chef, and it's very good.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah,
Have
I
a
mean,
good
I like
night.
sleep too, but I usually get it after my meetings. Anyway.
We're at the Scramble Crossing, which puts us right before the battle with Shiba. That was a seriously tough fight. I'd like to avoid a rematch if we can. Lizards are also good. Those noises are gonna be even stronger than before. We can't afford to waste any energy fighting Shiba. There must be some way to convince him to put this game on hold. Here,
to do.
I'm gonna show. That's our frog pin. I think it was in the screenshot.
Actually, I think we got it. We might have gotten it. No, I think we got it just...
Maybe.
Yeah.
But it's a little frog chef. Very cute.
Greetings.
Whoa, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Well, here goes nothing. Sheba, we need to talk.
Do we now? And what is it we need to talk about?
Stopping the game.
Why?
There's someone else we need to deal with. Someone bigger than you. We need to save our strength so we don't want to fight here.
Huh. I thought you might spew some sort of nonsense. I'm afraid I don't follow. Who exactly is this someone else you desperately seek?
One of your Reapers, actually. Kubo. He's pulling all the strings.
Kubo?
I know because I've seen what he does to the city.
What?
I'm here from the future. I've already fought you once and won. But after that, Kubo still destroyed Shibuya. He's using you, Shiba. He's using both.
Let's back it up a bit. You fought me in one? You expect me to believe that? As if I could be so incompetent. I'd say a little conversation has burned out, wouldn't you agree? Even if you're telling the truth, then all I have to do is change the future a bit.
Huh?
What Kubo does is of no concern to me. All that matters is I get what I want. I want to destroy you. Then all should be along with you.
Damn it, we'll just wind up fighting again at this rate.
The very thought of losing to you makes my blood boil. So turn up the heat to full blast this time.
This is not going how I hoped it would. Rindo? You got some kind of plan here? Yeah, try something else.
Heh, running away, are you? Come back when you're ready to bring the heat.
He sure does. There's no way he'll listen to me, but maybe he will listen to someone else. One of the Shinjuku Reapers? Like Shoka, maybe? That's maybe not the best idea. What about Kai or Hishima? Hishima's supposed to be on bad terms with Shiba, so he's out, which leaves Kai. I wonder if he's up to it. Only one way to know, I guess. We should be able to find him in Utagawa.
We'll change our fate.
Man, oh man. There are a lot of very cute Japanese mascots. I also realized I did not get to see Cute Lizard. I want to see the Cute Lizard. Oh, that's very good lizard. That's very good lizard myth. No, you, Nikki. Kai should be around here somewhere. Hopefully he knows of a way to stop Shiba. Kai... Shunka, I'm so relieved to see you're okay. You too. Hey, if you're not doing anything, do you think you could help us out? Are you proud of yourself?
I forgot that was the sound of it.
Are you proud of yourself?
You're the one who said this, so...
Listen, I have the gift sub set to giving out the bananas because it makes me happy.
Yes, now you can spam emotes, Luca. You're welcome.
Thank you, Carlos. I give yourself to Luca even though you don't have to.
Meow. 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 You being the big kitty, Nikki.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nikki's seen the.
I don't know. I don't know if Lucas seen the big kitty, but
Kaye, listen, we need your help. How can I assist? Are you in need of a reading? Not exactly. We need to talk to Shiba. We can't afford to fight him right now, and we need him to understand that. I know who's really behind the plot to destroy Shibuya. It's Kubo. He said something about being an angel and the
is it
executor. Shiba's just one of Kubo's pawns, and we need him to understand that. So it truly is Kubo. I had my suspicions. After all, I was aware of his continued presence in Shibuya. An analysis of his soul told me as much. You analyzed his soul?
Dude, what's he saying?
The realms of data and spirituality are remarkably similar at first glance. As it happens, a soul can be parsed?
Parsed.
Parsed?
Parsed. Parsed.
Parsed?
Yes.
Can be parsed in much the same way as data. Unfortunately, this is only true to a certain extent. I have dedicated years to finding and testing the souls of studies. I have dedicated years of finding and testing the limits of studies of the soul. Kubo was something of a curious case from the start. He possessed very little existential data I can find. I have been meaning to study him in more depth for some time, so what you have told me is illuminating, to say the least. If he truly is an angel or executor, that would make him from a higher plane that can be known to us. But I'm afraid I would need much more time than we have to do further analysis. That's fine. What about Shiba? Can you help us out with him? I can only think of one Reaper who could persuade him to alter his course of action. Ishima. What? How could Hishima help? By fighting Shiba, or... No, of course not. Those two were once the closest of friends. Seriously? Yes, but their relationship scorched after Shiba obtained his new power. It seems that Hishima has been keeping his distance ever since. But I highly doubt he has abandoned all feelings he once held for his friend. Wow, that's
perfect. We, literally just saw him over by Tipsy Toes Hall.
Be warned, Hishima will not be so easily convinced. I am uncertain if he will agree to help you.
You have to give it a shot. So, to Tipsy Toes Hall then? Wait, didn't he wander off somewhere after we saw him? Yo, kitty girl, can you drop him a line?
I doubt that will work. Hishima isn't in the habit of checking his messages. Lord Rindo, you are presently traversing through time, are you not? Yeah, I can make another stop to go back to when we ran into him.
Awesome, you go, Rindude. With a little bit of luck, you should be able to change what happens next. Although if you do, that means we won't come here or have this conversation. I wonder what happened to us, the us here and now.
The soul is merely a container full of energy. I suspect that energy will be collected and stored elsewhere. Wait, that sounds a lot like what Kubo was saying. If we stopped existing in one timeline, our old energy feeds the noise. No use worrying about it now, I guess. I have to get back to when we talked to Kashima. Sure hope he can help. To be fair, everything you were writing was just what my dyslexic brain does.
Though, Luca, why are you? Oh, wait, it's 10 a.m. Okay.
Super
So
early.
you're in Central European time, daylight time, or
Okay, we're back in front of Tipsy Toes Hall on our way to Odagawa. This is when we ran into Hishima. Time to convince him to convince Shiba to pause the game.
Quay?
hey, is that?
Hishima, hey. Well met, Wicked Twisters. Do you have a minute? There's something I want to talk to you about. And what might that be? Rinda, what are you doing? I need to ask you a favor. We're on our way to confront Shiba. Logical, considering this is the final day. But we can't afford to fight him. Because now we know who's really trying to destroy Shibuya. Kubo, I presume.
Huh?
How did you...
Yes.
So I was right. After eliminating the impossible, he was the only one remaining. Although he never did leave enough evidence to make a final determination. Okay, so can you talk to Shiba for us? We need him to put the game on hold so we can take care of Kubo. It can't be done.
Wow, didn't even have to think about it.
You won't even try? As I'm aware, as I'm sure you are aware, Shiba and I are not we are on exceptionally bad terms. My presence would only serve to provoke him further. Yeah, Hashima is like the worst person for the job. I don't think so, seeing as they were best friends before all this. What?
Whoa, for real?
That was ages ago. It has no bearing on the present. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else to help you. And I do hope it goes well for you, genuinely. I'd hate to see Shibuya go up in flames.
So much for that.
Indeed, his unwillingness to assist was both clear and absolute. Damn, how are we supposed to change Shiba's mind now? There must be someone else, someone who knows something that can help. So where do I go next? There's gotta be something we can do somewhere. Coco, maybe?
We'll change our fate.
I guess we're revisiting everything.
We must be. There are so many good-looking people in this game, Luca. It is a crime, honestly. Okay, I'm back at Tokyo Plaza. Something important happened at this point. Something that could change the future.
Let's move.
We didn't run into anyone around here, did we? Maybe there's something I can do, but what?
What?
Sorry.
Who are you talking to? None of your business. Is it a girl? Drop it, I ain't reading it anyway. Rude, you should at least see what they said. Nah, I'm good.
Oh yeah, this part. I almost forgot about it. Wait a minute. Who is B talking to? Or not talking to, I guess. One of the Shibuya Reapers? If it is, it'd be nice to get some help from them.
Beat.
Hey Beat,
Sup?
are you messaging one of the Reapers?
Nah, man, not a Reaper. This is my little sister. You have a sister?
One who currently resides in the underground, no less.
Oh, dang, you're right. So, that must mean she's dead. She ain't dead, and she ain't in the UG neither.
Then how can you talk to each other? Hell, how does she even remember you?
Dunno, but she's been in the UG before. With me, when I was playing my first game. After that, when Shinjuku got wiped out, can't explain, but we just knew. So maybe she just knows something's up this time too.
Huh?
That doesn't explain how she can contact you.
She did some weird hacker shit. Don't ask me, yo. You have a hacker sister? Yeah, and now she keeps sending me shit.
Our story's cast of colorful characters continues to continues its expansion.
At least you can keep in touch with her from here. So is hacking her thing now? Guess so. She's good at it anyway. Got all kinds of help from her up until now. But that's gotta stop. I wanna keep her out of this mess, you know?
Right.
Yeah, she's safe and sound in the RG. Should try to keep it that way. Word. We's the one stuck in the UG, so it's up to us to take care of things.
Yeah, it is up to us. We can't give up so easily. Fuck, so that's not it? That really felt like it would have been it.
I mean, I don't think it's actually any of these options, most likely. Which means we're gonna figure out some alternate plan.
Maybe. Oh no. Back at Cat Street. This is where we talk to Kariya and Uzuki. Might be worth asking them if they can help somehow. Oops.
How goes?
How's it hanging, Twisters?
Hey, you guys.
So the rumors are true. You really are back, phones. In the flesh. Been so long, I thought you weren't going to show up.
You all don't look so hot. Are you sure you're up for this? We're fine, but we know who's really behind the plot to destroy Shibuya.
Oh?
It's Kubo. Kubo? I thought he was out of the picture. Unfortunately not. He's still around, and it's because of him that I can go back in time.
Well, fancy that. Must be from a higher plane then.
Huh?
Figures. Everyone from up there is some kind of weirdo. He fits right in, let me tell you. So I can't say I'm surprised.
Oh.
Huh?
So, you're paying us a visit from the future, huh? Which means you already failed once.
Yeah. Kubo was just using me. Shiba too. What? Even the Game Master? Yeah, which is why we need to avoid fighting him and focus on our real enemy. Kubo's got a whole army of noise, and we need to be at full strength if we want to stand a chance. And we'd be better off with Shiba on our side. Is there anything you can do to help? Anything? Like what exactly? You want us to fight him or something?
For you to throw out such a half-baked suggestion.
Oh, so you have a better idea.
Maybe. I mean, obviously the best course of action would be to get Shiba on your side. Not a chance of that happening, so you have to settle for the next best thing. Have you tried to getting him to call off the fight?
Well, we tried enlisting someone's help, but... Someone as in who? That fortune teller guy? Actually, it was Hashima. Hashima? You thought that plate could do you a favor like that? Hang on, Rindo. Hashima and Shiba can't stand each other. Not now, but according to Kai, they used to be friends.
Oh.
Seriously? Huh. Gets her every time. Yeah, which is why we need his help. We asked him, but he refused.
Now that you mention it, I did hear he was the number 2 guy back in Shinjuku. Must have been real close to Shiba. Real partners in crime.
Kai said if we want to win Shiba over, Hashima's our best shot. That asshole. Things go south in your with your partner, and then that's it? You just act like you don't care anymore?
Who you're calling?
Come on, pick up, you coward. Hello? Yeah, it's Suzuki. Am I speaking to Hashima Sakazuki? What?
Oh.
Stop being so pig-headed. He was your friend, right? Get in there and sort him out. You're the only one who can, and you know it. Huh? Don't play dumb. I know you know what I'm talking about. Rindo, didn't you say you talked to him? Yeah, but I sort of went back in time after that to get here. So I haven't technically talked to him yet. Why can't you just do things in an order that makes sense? Sorry. Alright, listen up. The Wicked Twisters are on their way to pay you a visit. They're gonna ask you for a favor. They need you to get Shiba to put the game on pause. Kubo is just using him, you know. You gonna sit back and let that happen to your partner? Your friend? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. So what'll it be? Gonna step up and help your friend or act like it's not your problem? Up to you. Well, what are you waiting for? Get your asses over to wherever Hashima is. He should be a little more willing to listen than last time. Okay. Rindo, Neku, all of you.
We ain't even worth naming.
Go. Save Shibuya. We will. Thank you.
So, what did Hashima say?
That it would be irresponsible to leave things as they are. Took him long enough to realize. Can you imagine being played like that? And then having everyone just abandon you like you're nothing? That'd be too much.
Yeah, bet it would. So, can we still go talk to Coco?
We can still go talk to Coco.
Because I don't know if that's going to be necessary.
We'll save Shibuya with the power of friendship. Just like all good Kingdom Hearts games. Which is all of them. It's really like Kingdom Hearts. Tower Records. What happened here again? Oh right, we met up with what's-her-face, Coco? Maybe we can get some info out of her.
Hold up, yo. Ain't that Coco?
Like, hey!
My, if it isn't the Wicked Twisters! I'm ever so glad I ran into you. Now I can wish you, well, in person. So, good luck out there. Hey, Coco? What is it, Rinrin? You look like you have something important to say. The thing is, I'm actually here from the future. OMG! And I know who's pulling the strings and trying to destroy Shibuya. It's Kubo. You mean that musty, dusty, crusty old cretin? That's him. Anyway, we need to save our strength to fight him. And to do that, we have to convince Shiba to... Is that so? Best of luck to you then. Oh, thanks. We all have very important business to attend to. I'll do mine and you do yours. Right. You know, Shiba isn't the most agreeable fellow.
Tell me about it.
Oh, but I shall. He isn't the sort who can be convinced of anything, I think. Not without putting up a fight. You may find it easier to just take him out along with Kubo. Maybe. I just thought I'd at least try to talk to him. Oh? Well, if you think it's worth a try, then far be it from me to stop you. Oh dear, would you look at the time? I'd best be off.
Off where?
Off to do my part to save Shibuya, you dimwit.
Bye-bye now.
So make sure you do yours too. Bye-bye now. Right. That was less than helpful.
We're going again.
Man, he just shut us straight down immediately. So the only hopeful thing was talking to Izuki.
Let's move.
And we try again.
Hey, is that?
Hishima, hey. I am not exactly certain what you're here to talk about. What I am certain of is that you, Rindo, know far more than you should. I've seen a lot. With the power of time travel, presumably. Yeah, please, we need you to talk to Shiba. You guys were friends, right? Or at least you used to be. What happened to make you so... Our paths diverged, that is all. What's that supposed to mean? It means that he changed, and I declined to change with him. You had just become a Reaper at the time, so perhaps you do not remember. Once he obtained his strange new powers, he was different. I had intended to watch over him from afar, as a friend might do. But as soon as I found it wasn't worth the effort, I concerned myself with Shiba no more.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
So you just stopped caring? At any rate, I highly doubt I'll be able to convince him of anything. But seeing as the situation is rather dire from all perspectives, I find myself willing to humor you. So you'll help us? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before you change your fate, before we go forward again, and we might want to save.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm getting a little paranoid, okay?
No, I don't blame you. We've already had one soft lock this playthrough,
Alright.
along with the other
You're gonna
check.
just back to me again?
Yes, I figured.
I wasn't trying to get the controller off you. But,
No! I know how important these games are to you.
but it's important to you too!
Yes, and I don't mind
Are you
watching.
sure you don't want to take on the final boss?
Presumably the final boss.
It's not the
There's
secret
not-
final boss, it's just the final boss. Wait, hold on. Before we do this, I want to get a quick refill of myself.
Could you... Thank you. Yeah. You would think that the answer to this would be we shouldn't turn back time more. But instead, we're turning back time more because it's what we have. Are you talking about me and Apcarnist, Luca? Hopefully it's to be able to prevent this whole city from getting destroyed, so hopefully. Also, thank you, Luca. He is too sweet to me. I don't deserve it. Don't tell him I told you that, though. He probably can hear me anyway, so it doesn't matter, but still. Nikki, you're not supposed to out me.
Now, I have one more suggestion. Would you like, before we continue on, would you like me to get the rest of the day?
Yes.
Yeah, I know we're putting this on pause for a second, but you're in on the fucking ride with us, people.
He does deserve good things. I just don't always feel like I deserve good things. I believe you was just as I'm always feeling. I'm gonna raise my level to where it should be. Because I don't want to lose this fight. Thank you, Luca. I don't always feel like it, but thank you. Thank you both. I appreciate it. I just... It's been a heck of a brain goblin kind of week that's basically started on Friday, and I'm just still kind of... Eh. That is fair. Apcarnist is getting us ice cream, so I'm just waiting for him to return. Oh, I should show. I don't think we have any more. I don't think we have any more, like, frog things. Because we have this one, which I already took a photo of. There are lots of clothes. Yeah, that was the only one we had frog of. But frog with spatula is also very good. No. It's probably Bran. A lot of good bunnies also. So good dragons. Frogs should all be in the same spot. Yeah, like, this is a hippo technically, but it's still a good hippo. And also, all these good frogs. Also, we just got this one, so it's a very suspicious looking frog. He's judging. And this is the one we were using. Very good. This is the Froggy's popcorn and telephone. Rocky riding the wave. And this is the frog. This, I think, is supposed to be a fry. No, it's a cricket. Never mind. It's right there in the name. And then, obviously, very good frog. Being a cook. This is sadly... Oh, yeah. Also, tadpoles. We got tadpoles. Which are not yet frogs, but they will be someday. No, you're fine.
This took longer only because a small chunk of my so
No,
that was
you're
lost.
good.
But also like the ice cream which is harder than I was expecting.
No, you're fine. I was showing Luca the newly acquired. Yay. Hopefully
And
this
you
is
put it
final.
at max level.
I did.
Well, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Listen, we need to talk.
Oh, I can't imagine what about.
Hello.
The kid asked you to listen.
Kashima? And what do I owe the pleasure? Old friend.
Those impressive new powers of yours.
What about them?
Around the time you acquired them several years ago, you also made contact with a certain something, or someone as it were. All the while completely nescient
Yes.
of their true nature.
What?
Which would be?
One far different from the deity you once reserved them as.
Revered.
Revered. You fell at the feet of an idol like an utter fool. How scathing.
And I thought Shiba didn't pull any punches. Are you here to enlighten me? Or just get me hot under the collar?
The former, the latter is merely a bonus. I'm speaking of the man who flattered you into fancying yourself the executor. Your subordinate, Tanzo Kubo.
Good night,
Have a
Sir
good
Godo.
night, Sargodo.
Kubo?
Hope you're able to get good sleep. Hey, Stabby. We're in endgame territory.
Like, literally, we're expecting the final boss fight any second now.
You were blinded by...
Sycophancy. It's when you know what sycophancy means.
No.
I think the simplest way to describe it is what a lot of people have with Trump. That sycophants. That's
Yeah.
the root word.
Yeah.
So.
Why, he pulled the wool over your eyes and then led you to the noise. Or nose.
What do you by the nose? Well, Kubo gave me these powers, but why?
To help you erase Shinjuku. And now he's set his sights on Shibuya. Come to your senses already, Shiba. Any longer and I won't be able to withhold my laughter.
I ain't no expert or nothing. I don't know if this guy's taking the right approach here, yo.
Well, who else did you have in mind?
That's quite the allegation. But do you have any proof? Why should I believe a word you're saying?
We didn't say any of it. Kubo did, in the future. And then I came back here to tell you, using the power he gave me.
So you've already done this before? All we're asking is you agree to call truce. For now. Just give us a little time and you'll see. If nothing happens, then we'll bow you for Shibuya just like you wanted. I could be amenable to these terms. Very well, we'll put this little game on pause for the time being. But the clock is ticking, and once the time runs out, playtime will resume.
That's fine, as long as you'll wait. So, Neku, are we good to go now?
As good as we can be, given the circumstances. Only one way to find out if it's enough.
Right. Only a little longer. Now to change our fate once and for all.
Wanna save again?
I mean, I just saved. Oh, Hog Healer. Gauge will not automatically refill. How dare. Okay, well that's that social link. Did it ever say what he does?
I think bonus deck.
Yeah, which we don't need.
Yeah, not right now.
Not right now. Well, do we need another Uber pin?
I mean, what else are we going to... Well, shit. I mean, we're going to get friendship points for completing the day.
We will.
And I imagine they're going to put ultimate difficulty at the cost of one point.
I guess so.
So, grab an Uber pin. Right?
That sounds like it's been very hectic, Stabby. Just gonna save over the same one, I think.
Yeah. We just wasn't sure what was going to happen exactly. Is there any Uber pin you want to put at the last second?
Well,
I can't think of one, but...
I can't think of one either. Well,
and that's perfectly fine.
I mean, we have this one already on.
Right.
I want to say there was a Y pin. Well, we already have that on Fred.
Don't you want Sort by Strength, maybe?
I can? Whoops.
Like, do we have any Y Uber pins that matter?
We got this one. Technically, it is
I would say that's a backup. And also, that was shared. We couldn't do that because I would remove our healing one.
No. Yes. Never mind.
We're not
You're
allowed-
right.
we're not allowed
You're
to-
right.
Yeah.
You
you forgot about the Uber pin rule. Or at least, there's a lot of little rules with the Uber pins.
There are a lot of rules with the Uber pins, and I don't like it. I'm in trouble. Nikki's watching me.
You are on notice.
I'm on notice.
Thank you, Nikki.
You know what? We have this one. So maybe this one, actually.
I don't know, but I feel like the Y would be better. You know what?
You know what? Let's just go in with this. See
And-
how it goes.
If it goes badly,
We're going again.
figure out what we do from there, right?
Yep.
Good. Everything's in place. We're gonna save the city for sure.
Any minute now.
Not but to wait.
Ain't no telling what's gonna happen, yo.
Brace yourselves.
Well, well, you kids are on your best behavior, I see. Ha! Took a little extra time to get ready, eh, Rindo? And look at you, Sheba. Listening to your new master. I always appreciated your obedience. Made things real easy for me.
We're about to make them quite difficult.
Oh, it's too late for that. You was already lost. Your fate was sealed the second this pipsqueak turned back time. You see, that noise is born from temporal distortion. Distortion created when you turn a what-if hypothetical into will-be history. And all the cognitive energy from the would-have-been history gets replaced with a brand new set of thoughts. But you see, now that old cognitive energy's got nowhere to go. It's just waste. Waste that multiplies every single time you turn back the clock. now. You kids are in for a whole world of hurt.
I ain't hearing all that noise. Only one who's in for a world of hurt is you.
Yeah, Gramps. What he said.
Meh, talk is cheap.
The fated hour is fast approaching.
Come on, Rindo. Let's do this. There's no way I'm letting a slime ball like him erase this city.
Yeah. Our city isn't going anywhere.
Count it down with me, kids. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on out. So, what do you kids feel like playing with today? How's about this one?
Ready? Yeah, let's do this.
Sorry, but you're no match for
Oh,
me.
Hero's not here for the real 1000 noise fight. aka 1000 heartless fight.
And Hero will see in the VOD.
Hero will say in the VOD. Hello, future Hero.
This seems a rather risky.
You were right.
I mean,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well done.
ow.
Oh no.
Exquisite timing. We got this.
At least we heal so much.
That was pretty well.
I suppose.
Perfecto. Nailed it. That was sick. Thanks for the help. I got you.
Feeling better?
Okay, it did not lock on for a sec, so
Tis nothing
I think
short of a
it
high-tier
ha-
terror.
Yeah, something like that.
It probably had some sort of invulnerability place because it was splitting.
Hurry, follow me, yo. That was perfect. I did it. Hell yeah, you did. Great job. We've got this. Ain't no stopping us now.
Most spectacular.
have a good night. We're probably going to be finishing this up tonight at this rate.
No, we're.
we
I
have
I
to
will
know.
I will not go to bed until we have an answer. You probably want to wait to use that.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna use
maybe
it now,
now.
actually.
Bring your pain, yo.
Ranger.
I feel like this is doing more damage
Yeah, I mean we
than
have the,
I did it. Hell yeah, you did.
Feeling better?
Ain't no stopping us now.
Most spectacular.
It's over. Exquisite timing. That was perfect. It's out.
oh, it just realized it was a scorpion.
Oh, I did not realize it was a scorpion, but I also am not fully able to see what's going on.
Yeah, there's way too
So-
many flashy lights.
I'm sorry, this is probably a very hard
Not bad.
fight to
track.
try and be following, and I do not blame you.
Just like old times.
Is that a mammoth?
I don't know, but I feel like it is.
It is.
It is a mammoth.
You might want to focus on that first, then.
That pretty good. I learned from the best! Aha! Leave it to me, yo!
Okay, got 200%.
How's that? Let's
Oh my goodness.
leave it to me, yo! That was perfect!
It's very hard to see it from this angle.
Leave it to me.
I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, no.
This is a mammoth. I'm gonna use it.
Can't miss with the oh gods. I like how little damage you're actually doing to the mammoth in terms of barely
Just
oh.
barely.
Oh,
no.
the mammoth was the rest of its HP. Oh.
Works for me.
Good enough. For now.
Now we're getting new pins.
Yes. And it's funny because that was the one with one of the special evolutions.
That was one of the special evolutions.
Oh god, it's gonna be so much of a pain in the ass to get the rest of the special evolutions.
So do we
I
get
don't
it?
know what else to do. They won't die.
I concur. They're patently overpowered.
Was all this really for nothing?
These are far tougher than the ones I created. I can't even erase them. How's it looking, Hishima?
Inauspicious, I'm afraid.
Just hang on!
Worry about the others, not me. Though I fear it may already be too late. Glad we could reconnect, old friend. Your fatuity never fails to make me smile.
No! Curse these noise!
You got eaten too, essentially.
Shiba's gone. So's Hishima.
Yo, Bones! If we sync up, maybe we can...
Beat!
Don't sweat, yo! I ain't going down that easy! Hey, Nagi! Fred! You good?
Not at all! Help me! Fret!
No.
Well, I wasn't prepared for this. Fuck.
Let's see.
Nagi! Damn it!
These things are beyond us. There's gotta be another way.
This ain't good!
Beat! Ah! Beat! Neku!
Just us. Fuck. Okay, just us and Shoka. Okay.
They're gone. Neku, Bee, Nagi, Fret, all of them. And turning back time would just make the noise even stronger, wouldn't it?
Hi, Lizard.
Oh, no.
Thank you. I have water, and I should drink. Thank you for the reminder.
Ringo!
Oh no! No! No!
This really sucks, you know.
No, come on.
I'm sorry you're not able to
Here
sleep.
I was, thinking we could finally play together in person.
I knew it! You finally said it! You finally told him!
Bingo. The new update ought to be out by now, right?
How do you even know that?
Because we've been playing together for ages. Didn't mean to go AWOL on you, though. My bad.
She finally told him!
Does that mean you?
I'm sorry I never replied to you. After I left the Reapers, they suspended my account. Anyway, later.
No!
She finally told him!
Well, well. And then there was one.
Shit.
Oh, you won't be needing that anymore. The game's over, kid. And now, so Shibuya!
Fuck.
I think Joshua's pissed.
What was that? Huh? What happened?
Oh, excuse me.
It's okay. Did we just bump into each other? No way. Oh. No way! I'm home. I'm back in the RG. But how? Wait. Hold on a sec. Oh no. Where's Fred? He's gone.
Oh, you can't end like that. You can't end like this. Last day again? How many last days are there, game?
I'm the only one who made it home. My
Uh,
chat app's back to the way it was before the game started.
I don't care if we
Except
go
for the
till
fact
5
that
a.m.
Fred
We're
isn't
doing
here.
this.
Nobody from school remembers him. And he's missing from my contacts. Same
uh,
with Nagi, and Beat, and Neku.
no.
Everyone. They're just gone.
No.
Shuka too. Even her ult's gone. Like it never existed. There's thousands
No,
of people
Lucas, stop.
around me.
No,
And yet,
look
I'm all
at
alone.
we need this.
I thought that if I went back in time, I could save the city.
Need to know.
And technically I did. Just not the way I wanted to. Was everything I did all for nothing?
Hey, friend. Hey, friend. Man, it's a real concrete jungle out there, wouldn't you say?
What?
You know, wild.
I don't know.
I see. Well, to be completely honest with you, neither do I. It's my first time here, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Think you could show me around, friend?
I'm, a bit busy here.
If earlier's better, I could take us back an hour or two.
What did he just say?
I'm kidding. If only.
Yeah.
But seriously, if you could spare a sec, I'd love to get a taste of your life here.
Sorry, who are you?
Oh, me? Hazuki Mikagi. Call me Haz. So, where do we start? Lead the way, friend.
What's this guy's deal? Is he a player?
That crosswalk looks like a promising place to begin. To me, at least. What do you think?
Something feels off here.
Uh-huh.
Why does this feels very like
I mean, it's
dream?
this is clearly a false ending. And
I know.
I want to make a comparison to another game, but I can't without giving spoilers to that other game, obviously.
What game?
Well, if I name the game, then people would know what I'm referring to. And even naming the game is giving spoilers for the game. That's the
Say,
problem.
friend.
Yeah, something special to you. You just don't want to gone? Do you want to help them when they're in trouble? Or would it's hot potato soup? Three full cats. And then that way we'll lead the way. God, there's so much text. I can't even, they have removed my ability to just
Do the beat.
to dash around.
This is rough. I'm sad.
What about you?
Well,
I mean, I feel
Interesting.
like that's most friendships stabbing you accidentally find loyalty with food.
I mean, we're not in Texas. We're in New York City.
say, friend.
Right now it's 76 Savvy and it's 2:42 a.m. in the morning, so I know.
Teacher, run, teach, and fight.
Interesting.
Sorry, it sounds fun. Oh, it's fun.
I hope you're able to get some good sleep, Blizzard. Thanks for stopping by.
Say, friend.
Oh, I know which vibes this is giving me.
Hmm.
This vibe right now is very much like the dream sequence at the beginning of like Kingdom Hearts, of like the soft music, the kind of methodical questions for what your stats will be.
Gotcha.
At least that's what it reminds me of.
Interesting.
Does that make sense or no?
Yes, but like you said, and
I feel like I need to know the name of the game though, because I don't know how there could be spoilers for the game.
just by naming what game.
Yeah.
Haven't you seen enough?
Not yet. I want to see what makes this city so great.
I mean, if you haven't seen it already.
Fair enough.
And it's not like we're having a stimulating conversation either. What's the point? Well, I'm pretty drained. I think I'll call it a day.
Okay, Rendo.
He never told him his name.
How does he know my name?
But while I've got you, I should take this chance to apologize.
For what?
Is this Joshua?
For Kubo. He's a real piece of work.
Kubo?
Yeah.
Wait. Kubo?
You see, I originally sent him to Shinjuku. He was tasked with cleansing the city, and he completed his mission.
Cleansing? What, like a janitor?
The thing is, he didn't stop there. He got a little overzealous and tried to cleanse Shibuya too. He's always been something of an overachiever. I've taken care of him though, so I hope you can forgive me.
Taken care of him? How? Oh, hold on. Who the hell are you?
Hazuki. But please, call me Haz.
That's not what I mean. Who are you that you made Kubo destroy Shinjuku and then erased him for overstepping?
Well, not destroy, cleanse. And I didn't erase him, I exorcised him.
Like a demon?
As I said, Kubo crossed a line, and for that I wish to apologize. I have punished him, and erased his noise, and even kept this city of yours from harm.
That light. He really was the one who stopped Kubo back there.
Is this
Although
Joshua?
I must say,
Yeah,
I
it's-
probably wouldn't have come here otherwise. Tell me, Rendo, what is it that you like so much about this city? What makes it so special? Why fight so hard to protect it?
I don't know. Doesn't feel very special right now. Definitely not compared to how it felt before, at least. Honestly, I can't think of a single thing I like about this city anymore.
I don't get it. You went through all that trouble. Seems to me like you got what you wanted.
I guess I did. I thought I did. But this Shibuya isn't the one I fought for. It's different.
I see. How about this? What if you could turn back time and try again? Would you do it? Or are you content to leave things as they are?
Why do you ask?
Take a look at that pin of yours. You can go back if you wish. Everything will return to the way it was, including the noise. Once the time strikes, it'll emerge stronger than before. And when it does, you and your friends will have to erase it yourselves.
Just us?
Yep, you're on your own this time. I've already done what I can to make amends for what happened here. Any more, and then I'd be the one overstepping.
Sure, this is it. I've got one last chance to get it right. If I don't, then Shibuya gets erased for good. Hell, I might even end up right back where I started. saved so many innocent people, only to put their lives on the line again. And what do we do about that noise? If we were barely hanging on before, then there's no way we stand a chance now.
If I were you, I wouldn't bother turning back time even if I could. It's too risky. That said, I also don't understand what about this city makes it so special, but you do. And if you think that something is truly worth fighting for, then perhaps turning back time and trying again is worth the risk after all.
Maybe.
Shibuya's already been fated for destruction once before, a fate undone by the very power available to you now. In that sense, it's safe to say the decision is yours.
I can't decide just like that.
Well, if you won't decide, I guess I will.
What?
We'll just leave things the way they are now. That feels appropriate. The city is safe, as are its citizens.
Wait a sec.
You now stand between two planes, life and death. When you're ready, pitch that pin and you'll return to the RG for good. I should probably head back myself. My work here's done after all. Thanks again for the tour. See you, Rindo.
Wait! Has, wait!
What's up?
I made my decision. I'm doing it. I'm going back. This time, I'm gonna save the city and my friends. Without them, all of this means nothing. Shibuya isn't special without them here!
Uh-huh.
Thanks for fixing the pin, and for giving me another chance. I won't waste it. I promise.
I hope you don't. As I said, the decision is yours. But with that decision comes responsibility. You've decided to once again expose this city to the threat of erasure, and to that end, you're now responsible for protecting this city from harm once more.
I will. I promise.
Only time will tell. I'll be watching.
Thanks, Has.
No, you, Luca. And I hope you get some good sleep.
No one's getting erased this time. Neither is the city. Just hang in there. Together, we'll change our fate.
Wait, why are we going back to the beginning of the day?
Is it the beginning of the day?
It's at 10 a.m.
Are we sure this is day 7?
Shibuya's on the verge of destruction.
What the?
But I won't let that happen. The whole city!
No worries, Stabby.
It's getting erased.
Hopefully you have a good lurk.
I won't let that be our future.
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya! Got some red-hot news for you. The final day is finally upon us. Shibuya's day of reckoning has come!
Can't turn back now, even if I wanted to. Gotta make it count.
Well, this is it. You ready?
Yeah.
Think so.
As do I.
Listen, I've got to tell you all something.
Okay.
You see, I'm here because I turned back time.
Oh? Does that mean we didn't make it?
You didn't. But I wasn't gonna accept that. Saving the city doesn't mean a thing if there's no one here to enjoy it with. So we're gonna save Shibuya, and nobody's getting erased this time.
In other words, some among us were erased last time?
Yeah, unfortunately. Which is exactly why I decided to come back. And believe me, I'm really glad that I did. But the real fight is still ahead. And this time, it's gonna be even tougher.
How come? Am I forgetting a special Reaper rule or something? The noise that spawns when you turn back time. That's the real threat.
Right. It grows stronger every time I use my powers. Which means coming back here made it even worse.
Who the hell would come up with something so whack, yo?
Kubo would.
Who?
Oh, right. You haven't had the pleasure.
Hold your phone, yo. Kubo?
I've no recollection of that name.
What?
Was he one of your guys?
Nope. At least I don't think so. Although, I feel like I know that name somehow.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I think I do too.
What?
Nobody remembers who Kubo is.
Fuck the fuck.
Nobody except me. But why? Although, I guess I forgot too. Technically. Wait. Kubo?
I didn't erase him. I exorcised him.
So that's what he meant by exorcised. He removed Kubo from this world entirely. How am I supposed to explain that?
You okay there?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Well, hopefully we can avoid this bad future you saw.
Not just bad. It was the worst. If we want to succeed, we'll need all the help we can get. Just gotta think it through. Plan it all out. And team up to take him down.
Him? You mean Kubo?
Yeah, it's not about Shibuya or Shinjuku anymore. The game's over.
So what is it about?
The Executor. He's not here anymore, but he's our real enemy. It's all of us against his noise.
Okay. If you say so, it must be true. I'm with you.
Good.
Oh, what the fuck kind of link was that? Why are there so many now? Causes blue night symbols to appear when revisiting previously completed days? Uh-oh. Okay, so that must be Rhyme. To the left?
Yeah,
because it's connected to
the
be
beat.
one of them
these is
has to
probably
be
Joshua,
and Shiki.
maybe.
We'll change our fate.
He has to get him to get his sister on board because otherwise it's bad. Okay, back outside of Tokyo Plaza. Just gotta remember what happened here. And what I can do to make sure we're ready.
Huh? Give me a break, yo. Who you texting? Nobody. A girl. I said nobody. Now drop it, aight?
Right, that's his sister Rhyme. Still can't believe she hacked her way into the RNS. She's gotta have some pretty mad skills to manage that. Wait, wasn't Kyan the one who designed the RNS?
Huh?
Yeah? Why? That's what I thought. Did you hear me? Oh, but I am doing something. I'm awaiting a certain someone. Then that means the person I was waiting for. One who holds incredible power. Power not of the supernatural variety.
Beat.
Beat? That's your sister texting you. Rhyme, right?
What? How the hell do you... Oh, right. Future.
Yeah. Isn't she the one responsible for hacking the RNS?
Wait, cracking?
Huh?
No.
Fascinating.
Not that.
I mean, she might have done that. Damn. She ain't give me all the details. She just told me she's in.
Seriously, yo?
That she's saying she finna meet with the development or something. Sounds sketchy to me, so I just told her not to, yo.
I believe they may be able to offer some assistance. And if we are to save the city, we'll need all the help we can find. Beat, I think your sister wants to meet up with Kyan.
For real, yo?
Yeah, for real. And I'm pretty sure they're trying to devise a plan to save Shibuya.
For real? For real?
Yeah, Kyan's been waiting for Ryan for a while now. He mentioned how she's got incredible powers, and how he needs her and help in order to save the city.
I mean, she is pretty powerful. I already told her to stay away, man. Her and Cheeky both. Told them it's too dangerous here.
Right.
You're not entirely wrong. And even if they didn't make it here, who's gonna protect them? You got noise to raise and shit. And I ain't finna put them in harm's way, yo. Not again. But she just told me she just arrived at the station. Dang, that was fast. Says she's on her way to Odagawa, yo. Please get someone to escort her there. Someone in the area.
No worries, Steppy. I hope you have a good night.
Yeah.
This is definitely endgame stuff, so there's a lot of context that's probably
lost.
Lost.
There's all the VODs you can watch if you ever get bored.
Near the station. Actually, we're gonna meet Coco at Tower Records later.
Pixie Chick? Calm down. She's on our side now. Spent enough time with her back in Shinjuku to know. If you say so, man. Let me ask her. Must be pretty dependable if she's earned Neku's trust.
Tis more likely that she trusts him, which is why he can ask a favor as such.
Perhaps.
Were we to attempt the same, we would be doubtlessly dismissed with a laugh and a bye-bye. Or so I believe.
Okay. Took a little cajoling, but she's in. So we're gonna take Ryan to meet with Kai. Why he's making her walk all the way to Odagawa, yo? He ought to at least meet her somewhere closer, like Dagazaga. I'm gonna have to tell him to meet her halfway instead.
Okay. Before we meet up with Kai at Udagawa, and now he and Rhyme are set to rendezvous at Dagazaga, which means we should head there next.
We're going again.
Okay, made it to Dagonzaga. Ryman, Kanye, Cayenne. Goofing his name up so much. Should have met up by now. Now I've just got to find them.
Technically, I don't think we're actually going. We're not actually using the power. It's just this. Basically, it's implicitly saying you went here.
We are also just trying to save our friends from being erased.
Yeah.
Beat.
Rhyme. Whoa. Hold on a second. That's Beat's sister?
Fascinating.
My.
Uh-huh.
What you trying to say, yo?
Hello there.
Hey there, Rhyme. Name's Sosai Furusawa, but my friends all call me Fret.
My name's Raimu Bito. But you can call me Rhyme. And you two must be Rindo and Nagi, I presume?
Hi.
That's me.
Well met.
Pleased to meet you. I only spy 4 of you. Where are Neku and Shoka?
Right here. Yeah, how come you act like you can't see him?
Actually, I don't think she can. You all are still alive, but not us. Me and him are part of the Yuji now. I couldn't see Coco or Kanye either. But Coco sent me messages through Reaper Creeper. Oh, there's the reference.
Finally.
There's the reference. 30 plus hours into the game and we finally get a Reaper Creeper reference. And Kanye just texting me like always.
Reaper Creeper?
A
Divination.
Divination game in which a coin moves across a piece of paper of its own accord.
Oh, like one of those Ouija boards or whatever.
Gross.
You've got a lot of nerve asking a favor at a time like this. I'm super busy lady, you know.
I know. I'm sorry.
Bye now.
Sorry, Smarty. You're lucky I do just about anything to save Shibuya. Anyway, laters.
Oh.
Hi there, Rindo. Ryan and I are hard at work analyzing our foe. We've discovered some strange entities lurking in Shibuya. Entities bearing an eerie resemblance to our own spiritual energies. Yeah, about that. I think those are the noises spawned when I used my powers. More of them appeared each time I turned back the clock. And I'm pretty sure even more of them will appear next time we face them. All signs point to yes, unfortunately. Our data should be the only information that exists here, but it seems there's corrupted data hidden throughout the city. It is thus now our job to get that data under control. But how do we do that?
Hey.
Ah, are you talking to Cayenne? I don't know if I would call what we've found corrupted data like he does. But whatever it is, there sure is a whole lot of it.
And that's what we're up against?
I'm afraid so. And as it stands, we're sorely outnumbered.
It can't be.
Which suggests our odds of success are nigh non-existent. Well, Kaya and I are gonna try to brainstorm a way to get rid of some of the data. 2 heads are better than 1 after all. In the meantime, we'll need you to recruit as many people to help as you can. Well prepared is well armed, as they say.
Who's they, yo?
Her intelligence is most impressive. Hey, Neku?
Hey, Prime. Not like she can hear me. Hey, you hear phones just now?
No, unfortunately. But I can kind of tell that what he's saying from the look on your face. What a relief that you two managed to find each other. Once this is all over, we'll bring you back to life, lickety split.
Here's hoping.
I know Shiki can't wait to see you either. So you'd better not let her down, okay?
I won't. He said he won't, yo.
I know. So Ryan and Kanye are gonna come up with a way to erase the noise. And it's our job to find people who can help us fight back. But who can we ask? Shiba, I guess? Calling off the game's already a big ask, but convincing him to team up too? Now that'll be tough. It's funny. I never thought I'd have a Reaper asking me for help. Nor did I imagine an RG dweller could infiltrate the RNS. You have certainly proven yourself a force to be reckoned with. It would be foolish of me not to request your aid. If you say so. But still, you're full of surprises. You'd think a Reaper wouldn't be so eager to help my brother and his team. Let alone go so far as to stand up against the Game Master. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. I must, if I am to realize my dream of digitally achieving every possible phenomenon.
Archiving.
Or archiving.
Dyslexia sucks, I know.
That's one heck of a dream. Your assistance in data analysis has proven invaluable. To think we managed to explain even this phenomenon. And there's still work to be done in regards to Shinjuku, though nothing is left of it but data. Not to mention the allure of examining Shibuya's unique vibes. I wish for nothing more than to continue analyzing and archiving as much data as possible. You're with us, son? Indeed I am.
Oh.
I'm glad. And I hope your dream comes true. Many thanks, Rhyme. Now let's get to work, shall we? I want more points. Sometimes increases the groove earned from beat drop stills performed by Rindo and Shoka. We don't have a lot of points, so...
And we can't even unlock it yet.
We'll change our fate.
We just want to save our friends. And the town as well. Alright, made it to Tipsy Toe Hall. Next order of business is finding Hishima and enlisting his help. If anyone can persuade Shiba to join our cause, it's him.
Let's move. Quay?
Hey, is that?
Hishima, hey.
Greetings.
Well met, Wicked Twisters. Hi, Hishima. I wanted to talk to you about something. Your expression suggests said something is rather unpleasant. I've already received word from the Shibuya Reapers asking to suspend the game. Has the situation changed? Sort of. You see, I turned back time again. Which means your plan was unsuccessful. Were my persuasive powers insufficient in changing Shiba's mind? No, not at all. You actually did a great job. The thing is, it wasn't enough. We're gonna need you to convince him to join our cause. It's quite the tall order. I know. But do you think you could give it one more try? Technically speaking, this would be my first attempt. I shall try, but enlisting his aid will doubtlessly be difficult. You think so? Indeed. I've not seen him cooperate once in all the years I've known him. Heh. No, I jest. Questionable comic timing. Yet while I may be able to persuade him to halt his actions, persuading him to change his actions is another beast entirely. Would I only able to imprint an idea in that stubborn head of his?
That would certainly make things easier.
If you could find someone to show him the error of his ways, then perhaps there is hope yet. But who could do that? Tsugumi, probably. She's been at his side longer than most. Unfortunately, however, I have no idea where you might find her now.
Coco should be keeping her safe somewhere. How much help she'll be given Mr. Mia's current state? I can try reaching out to Coco. Oh.
What is it?
Yeah, tell us. Might need your help, Brenda.
With what?
Remember when we asked Coco to escort Ryan to help her meeting with Kai? Coco just happened to be in the area. One reason she was there is because she was waiting for Shiki.
Shiki, isn't she that friend of yours?
Sure. Yeah, the one who brought Mr. Mia to life. Apparently Coco was going to take Shiki to Tsugumi to have her doll fix that doll. If we can get her to do that, the Tsugumi should be free from her plushy prison. Which means we might be able to ask her for help.
Except Coco's not there anymore. She left to go take Rhyme to see Kayan. Maybe we can find someone else to keep Rhyme safe? Guess we should head back to Tokyo Plaza and start looking there.
We're going again.
Okay, we are actually rewinding time again.
Here we go. Hopefully for the last time.
Huh? Give me a break, yo. Who are you talking to? Nobody. Is it a girl? It's the fourth time I've said this.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I said nobody. Now drop it, aight?
Wait, beat.
You two, man, what you want?
Your sister Rhyme is coming to meet Kai. They've been working together to analyze the noise. They're trying to give us a fighting chance.
Oh, they is? Wait, how the hell do you know about my sister, yo? Ah, right, teacher.
Exactly, and I know that we need your sister's help. That's the only way we'll be able to erase the noise. She's supposed to meet up with Kai somewhere in Dagonzaga. And I'm going to find someone who can escort her there. Keep her safe.
I told her it's too dangerous to come back here. But I ain't thinking about what I think to know more. Bigger than that. I can tell cause how seriously you use acting, man. What you need me to tell her. You got someone lined up to keep her safe or what?
Who can I ask? Who's available right now? That's it. Hey, Yuzuki. Yes? Do you know Beat's sister Rhyme? Rimu Bito? Sounds familiar. Well, she just arrived at Shibuya Station. She's trying to meet with Kai and Dagonzaga. Would you be able to take her there? Hang on a sec. You do realize I have other things to do, right? Please, Shibuya's fate depends on this. You're saying the city's gonna be erased if I don't help? Yeah. Fine. I don't get it, but I'll do it. Just from the station to Dagonzaga, right? I'm heading over from Cat Street now. Should be there soon. Thank you so much. Let her know I'm on my way at least. Will do. Okay, Izuki says she's on her way to pick up Rhyme.
Aight, I'll tell Rhyme to stay on put then, yo.
Phew. That takes care of Rhyme and Mankind. I'll leave the noise-related brainstorming to them. Now Shiki should be able to go repair Mr. Mio, which should allow Hashima to get in touch with Tsugumi. Just hope this works.
We'll change our fate.
This is all definitely very meticulous at this point. Back to Tipsy Toe Hall again. I wonder if Tsugumi's finally free. I hope she's okay. She'll be fine. She's got Mr. Mew's creator on her side. What's up?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about that creator. They're the one who started Gato Nero too, right? I wear a lot of their stuff, so I thought it might be kind of cool to meet them, or whatever. Yeah, totally. I'm sure Neku can introduce you once this is all over. Yeah, totally. Shiba. 3 years ago, he said he wanted to take Shinjuku to new height. Some heights those turned out to be. Was he lying to us? We believed him. All the Shinjuku Reapers did. So we fought for change against the status quo and against the Game Master. And for what? So this Kubo guy could get his way? It just pisses me off. Huh? Huh, what? I didn't say anything. This whole situation sucks. But if Shinjuku didn't get destroyed, I never would have met Rindo. Come on, we gotta keep going. Everything's gonna turn out okay. Everything? Well, if you say so.
Let's move.
Hey, is that?
Yushima, hey.
Greetings.
Well met, Wicked Twisters. Listen, I need you to do me a favor. And here I was ready to indulge you with the taste of my witty sense of humor.
When did he get one of those?
Just get to the point, dummy. You see, the guy trying to erase Shibuya, he's gone.
What?
He? You don't remember a Reaper by the name of Kubo, do you? Can't say that I do. I didn't think so. Let me explain.
I would say, please fade to black.
Unsurprising.
I sound like Kashima the Heartless, don't I?
I mean, I know when they're talking about Heartless in terms of just like. We know what type of Heartless you're referring to, but.
If the epithet fits. To think I would be so stubbornly unwilling to cooperate. Well, you said so yourself. If anyone can convince Shiba to change his ways, it's Tsugumi, not you. Indeed. And I would say it again now, based on what I've heard. But do you know where she is? Well, I think she's...
Stuck.
What?
She hasn't been freed yet. She's still stuck inside.
But how?
Coco just messaged me. She's keeping Sukumi safe in a cafe on Cat Street. But she can't bring Shiki in to help it on the account of all the noise nearby. I don't think Karya can handle them all by himself.
Fuck. Who's supposed to go escort Ryan then? Right, I forgot Karya was on his way.
What?
We're a little short-handed at the moment, but I'll be busting my ass to make up for it. He doesn't have Izuki to help him out anymore, but maybe we can step in to help instead?
We're going again.
Rewind!
Again.
Oh god.
I'm so sorry this ended up being so late.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, back at Cat Street. Zuki went to go take Rhyme over to Dagenzaga, which means Karya posted here by himself. He's probably still on the mend after that Shiba's noise did to him. So he's gonna need our help and quick.
How's it hanging, wicked twisters?
Hey, Karya.
So, the rumors are true. You really are back, phones.
In the flesh. You holding up okay?
I've been better, man. Those noise really did a number on me. Wish Uzuki could have stuck around to lend a hand, but it is what it is.
And what it is teeming with noise.
Yeah, something funny about that cafe. It's drawing in noise like flies to a lollipop. No rest for the wicked, I guess.
Please, let us help.
Can't say no to an offer like that.
Okay, I can do this.
Man, this day is just so long.
I mean, they had to break it up into 3 parts already.
This is feeling like the equivalent of trying to be everywhere at the same time.
Many thanks, Lord Rindo.
Nice work. Whoa, whoa! Keep it up, Brett! Will do, beat buddy!
Well done. Just doing my job.
Not bad, yo. Let's go!
Forward.
Heck, I was trying to keep track on the time and it's still late.
Time to get wild! Just not too wild. We really killed it out there. Alright, could have been worse.
The noise are nigh innumerable.
She's right, and we don't exactly have all day here. We've got to convince Shiba to help us before it's too late. There's got to be something we can do to stop the noise. But what? What can we do?
What's the matter, Zeptograms? You having trouble calculating the distortion?
Huh?
Mr. Minami?
Oh my goodness.
Crunch!
Well, well. Looks like you took Taboo to a whole new level.
You! What you doing here, Pieface?
Just came to check my figures. See what that little variable I integrated can really do, you know?
Unfortunately, I don't. But does this mean we can leave the noise to you?
Hold up, phones!
Listen, we need to go see Shiba as soon as possible. What do you say? Can you lend us a hand here? For Shibuya's sake?
The only sake that interests me is my own.
All the more reason to help us then. I know you've got your sights set on the city.
Quit?
And you can't take over if it gets erased.
I'm on to you, Zeptagram. You manipulated time again, didn't you? Now that trash you made was too tough to handle. So, am I right?
Yeah. Actually, you're spot on. But I'm doing everything I can to save the city and us.
I've already factorized the garbage you created. Turns out, it's a product of the rejected cognitive energy of souls lost to time. And that energy keeps multiplying.
Huh? Wait a sec. Didn't that Kubo guy say something like that before?
All the cognitive energy from that would-have-been history gets replaced with a brand new set of thoughts. But now that old cognitive energy's got nowhere to go. It's just waste.
And all that energy is stored right here, inside this pin. Every time I changed our fate, that noise grew stronger. And now, it's so strong we don't stand a chance against it.
Your odds of winning are close to zero, but not equivalent.
How so?
If you align similar figures to the original soul's coordinates, you can overwrite them.
Overwrite how?
By taking the cognitive trash you created with that pin, and replacing all those lost souls with the living souls of Shibuya. But in order to do that, you'll need to awaken the people's consciousness.
What do you mean?
Can't beat that trash while Shibuya's still inoperative. I'll leave the rest of the calculations to you.
So it's not impossible, but it's pretty damn close.
Rindo.
How are we supposed to awaken the people's consciousness? Maybe Kaye will know what to do. I'm sure he and Rhyme will be able to come up with something. Beat!
Sup?
Can you relay all that stuff Minamimoto just said to Rhyme? She and Kaye might be able to come up with a way to suppress the noise.
Oh, for sure! You got it, man. So, what the hell did Pieface say exactly?
How about this? I'll talk, you type.
Oh.
Okay, all that's left is convincing Shiba to help. Minamimoto's got the noise at the cafe under control, which means Tsugumi should be freed soon enough. Everything's gonna work out. I'm gonna make sure it does, no matter what.
Man, time travel sure sounds slick. Even if it's not without its downsides. Gotta say though, I'm surprised. You never struck me as the advice-giving type of guy.
I'm not in it for them. The only equation I'm interested in solving is my own.
He's a real character, that one. But hey, guess I can't complain as long as he's on our side.
Well, we haven't gotten one of those in a while.
We'll change our fate!
God, there's so much back and forth figuring out. Man, how many times have I done this now? And how many times have I made that noise even stronger? No, I can't think like that.
Rindo.
Rindo? Yeah? You okay there? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm not buying that. You've been on edge all day. Like you're fighting for your life. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't want to get erased. And I don't want anyone else to get erased either. So I'm doing everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. Good.
Let's move.
Oh, so what are we gonna
is
have
that-
to tell them?
This is. We don't have the voices this time.
We don't.
Well met, wicked twisters.
Listen, we need your help.
You sound as if you've rehearsed that line.
I've definitely said it before.
I had a feeling. A sensation not unlike deja vu. Even though you've changed the course of fate, it seems a portion of my previous consciousness has remained intact. You appear troubled.
It's just, those memories will combine with others like it to become an enormous noise. That's what we're up against.
I see.
And if we want to stand a chance, we'll need all the help we can get, including yours and Shiba's. Do you think you can convince him to lend us a hand?
I can't object to someone more prescient than myself, though Shiba is not easily persuaded.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. You said Tsugumi could help.
Well, now she's finally free, which means you should be able to get a hold of her now. Mind giving it a try?
You want Sugumi and I to ask Shiba to lend us his strength.
It's the only way. Please.
Very well. None among us desires Shibuya's destruction. I shall do what I can to assist you in your plight.
Thank you.
Alright.
I'll see you at the crossing then.
You okay?
Yeah, just adjusting.
Okay, Hishima and Tsugumi should be able to get Shiba on our side. But that still leaves the noise. No, it'll be fine. Rhyme and Kaya will figure something out. I just know they will.
We're going
Which is
again.
probably the next step. Kaya and Rhyme should have met up by now. I'd better go check on them. Surely they've come up with something, right? I just hope it's not too late.
Beat!
Rhyme!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a sec. That's Beat's sister?
Good to see you too.
Wait, you know her, Rin dude?
Hi there, I'm Rhyme Obito, but you can call me Rhyme.
Oh, well, I'm Tosai Furusawa, but you can call me Fred.
Fred, and you must be Nagi. Which would make you Rindo, right? Thanks for reaching out. I think I got what Minamimoto was saying.
Good. So, were you able to come up with anything?
Wait, Math Man? What's he got to do with this?
Well, he's not exactly cooperating with us. But he did provide us with a little intel about the noise we're up against. It's made from the lost souls left behind when I turned back time.
If you align similar figures to the original soul's coordinates, you can overwrite them. By taking the cognitive trash you created with that pin, and replacing all those lost souls with the living souls of Shibuya.
So those lost souls are the corrupted data we've identified. But if we can tap into the souls that exist in this timeline, we should be able to use them to erase all that excess data.
Yet his radiance sounded less than optimistic. He said we must first awaken the people's collective consciousness.
Yeah, Shibuya syndrome has really thrown a wrench into things.
Indeed. The people's souls have been sapped of their energy. They may not give much help in their current state. That said, human souls are known to regenerate on their own. Time heals all wounds, as Rhyme would say.
Exactly. So long as the affected souls remain intact, we should be able to aid their recovery and get them to lend us their strength. Let's see. We've got Fret and Nagi, then Neku. Beat can... well, he can provide backup.
What you trying to say?
And Neku's strong, so he should be at the center of the network.
Does that make it a Neku work?
One could say that.
What do you think, Kaie?
Oh.
Exactly. You know, maybe this will work after all. So, Rindo,
Yeah?
if we combine all our powers together, I think we might just have a fighting chance here.
You really think so?
I do, and I've dubbed this plan Operation Awakening. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, but what is it?
Well, Neku uses his powers to sync up with everyone in Shibuya.
All of them?
Yep, then Nagi uses her powers to open their minds.
Tis a daunting task.
And that's when you come in, Fred. You're gonna get them excited.
How exactly?
By using your powers to remind people of the joy they felt here in Shibuya. Right now, they've forgotten the thrill of life. But you're gonna help them all remember. Kaye and I will help too, but we've gotta get ready. We'll catch up with you later.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rhyme. See you in a bit.
Okay, it finally established the connection.
And we're gonna buy it because we need all the V-Tron combos we need.
But then that leaves 1 point for who knows what.
I'm sure we'll get more.
We'll change our fate.
Hopefully this is the last one. The last time travel bit we'll have to do.
Well, technically we're gonna have to time travel to the 104. So first we go talk some sense into Shiba.
What?
Then we what? Do what again?
Did you even read what Kanye sent to us? Neku's gonna sync up with everyone in Shibuya from the crossing. Then Sugumi will send out a vision to awaken their consciousness from up on top of 104. Which leaves their minds ready for Nagi to open. Once she does that, Fred can send out one big reminder to the whole city.
Alright, so what are you supposed to do? Back up in defense? Grievous is taking care of the noise, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, and once we have Shiba on our side, we'll split up and work from there. I am unsure of the feasibility of this plan.
If we don't fees it, Subaru's toast. Whole city's counting on us.
Right.
That's right.
The Reapers will handle the noise prowling about the city. Perfect. Thanks, Kanye, for the whole swallow thing, too. You are most welcome. It was my pleasure. I just wanted to thank you while I still can. If it wasn't for the account you made for me, I'd probably still be friendless and alone. But I'm not anymore. I'm happy for you. It's wonderful to see you finally learn to open up. I guess. You always struck me as profoundly lonely, and you were so pulled to others. I wanted to help somehow, and I thought since you struggled with face-to-face communication, why not try a digital medium? And it appears to have worked. Incidentally, if you are reinstated as a Reaper, I will be able to return your Swallow account to you. Thanks, but no thanks. Are you certain? Yeah, now let's do this.
Can't you always transfer progress? No. Sorry, I'm doing a good job.
Well, look who it is. My favorite sheeple.
Hopefully for
Shiba,
the last time.
listen.
Tsugumi? And you. Quite the odd couple. Not to mention the motley crew standing behind you.
We need your help. Please.
Is that really you in there?
She's as real as she's ever been. Someone sealed her soul inside that doll. And now she's finally free.
What a pleasant surprise. In any case, the game is still afoot. I'd appreciate it if you stayed out of my way.
Perhaps you haven't heard, but the rules have been revised. I'd be mortified if I were caught abiding by outdated protocol.
Never thought I'd see the day when you'd be offering me advice. But go on. Enlighten me. What have I missed? Who had the audacity to revise the rules to my game without my permission?
His name is Kubo. Do you remember?
Kubo? He's a player. No, a Reaper.
Was a Reaper, but he got erased.
What did he do?
He gave you new powers. Named you the Executor.
Hang on. How do you know about all that? And moreover, why is it that I can't remember?
Because Kubo was exorcised in the future.
Exorcised?
Removed from existence entirely. From the UG, the RG, even from your memories. Even though he was running the game with you this whole time. Kubo may be gone, but his rules are still in play. He's made sure this game will end in total chaos.
And why should I believe you?
Because I was one of his pawns too. He used us to erase Shibuya.
Which is precisely what I desire as well.
No, you don't. I've seen the future and you don't survive. You get swallowed up by the noise just like he planned.
He used you to erase Shinjuku. That's the reason Kubo approached you in the first place. I have reason to believe he may have been an angel sent to destroy the city.
An angel?
Assuming he was, everything begins to make sense. He hid among the shadows, granting you the powers that would help him erase Shinjuku. Then, he donned the guise of a Reaper, and began to monitor those of us who survived.
Kaie and Susukichi immediately noticed a change in your demeanor. They suspected foul play and sought to uncover the truth. Sadly, their efforts proved futile, as would any opposition toward a being of the higher plane.
So you're saying I was some sort of puppet? Made to dance by this charlatan?
Precisely. How exhausting it must have been to have your strings pulled for 3 full years.
Damn, you ain't really much of a people person, huh?
Never has been.
You left your friends behind in your single-minded lust for power.
What are you talking about? You left me behind!
I may have.
You did, and the rest followed.
Because they were worried about you. I heard their hearts crying out in pain. Kaie, Suzukichi, Ayano, and Shoka. Even Hishima. None of them could bear to look at the monster you'd become. And ever since you received those new powers, you shut me out. You stopped listening.
Well, can you blame me? You kept showing me those depressing visions. I couldn't let myself get distracted by them.
Then allow me to show you the truth you've been ignoring. The hour of reckoning is drawing near. Just once, I need you to see what cruel fate awaits us.
All of us. That means you too. I know. I lived through it.
Shiba, open your heart to me.
What is that bird?
It's an enormous amalgam of noise. One that grows stronger whenever I turn back time. Kubo, set a timer. And when it runs out, the noise will emerge from this pin to devour us all. We have to stop it. But we're going to need your help.
And what, pray tell, will become of my game?
Is that all you can think of in our hour of need?
You misunderstand. I'll gladly help you take care of the noise created by this Kubo. My concern lies with what happens after the battle is won.
Fine. If it's a fight you want, then I'm game.
Then it's time for a pestilent resurgence.
You mean...
The plague. It eats through planar boundaries. That noise will be nothing. Besides, that abhorrent angel was kind enough to bless me with these powers. Shouldn't let him burn a hole in my pocket.
Thank you.
Seriously, thanks.
But if we are to stand a chance, we'll need to turn the heat up higher than ever before. Hishima, Sugumi, lend me a hand. I need you to rouse the citizens of Shibuya from their stupor. Light them up and set their souls ablaze!
Welcome back, old friend.
It's funny. I haven't felt a fever like this in years. Now let's get out there and burn this game to the ground.
Is it worth it to look at that other pin?
No, but I'm curious what it does. I mean, yeah, it's about, like, I swear we had something like this already. I mean, we've had several pins like it before, but yeah.
Also, did that other pin, like, change at all with leveling up or evolving?
Talking about, it turned to wind. It was fire.
It was fire, huh?
So I need to actually go and change threads. Because... Need sort by ability, and I need a gusty. So, ooh, that's my best gusting.
Apparently so, because there's something else paired with it. Is there anything else that can just be thrown on that's not a synergy one? That would
Yes,
be
I'm
better.
Searching for super play. Stalwart ally, I'm comfortable. Be resilient, speed boost. Speed boost.
That works.
Oh no, wait. He has them on.
Oh, never mind.
Fuck it, let's try it.
Well,
we're going again.
Hopefully for the last time. Well, I know they said that there were no more tries at this point, but still.
The final day, prime.
It's final countdown.
Time to reawaken Shibuya's imagination. Everybody ready?
God's willing.
For Nagi.
Just breathe. We got this, boss.
I'm all fired up. Take care of Tsugumi, will you, friend?
I shall ease the burden on her psyche. You just focus on listening to their voices.
Great. Thank you, Hishima. I'll make sure their cries are heard. You can count on me.
And I'll reach out to Rhyme. Sounds good.
God, Nagi doing that is just such a mood.
I don't know, Rhyme. You sure you can handle this, yo?
She can.
Yep, no need to worry about me.
Man, I still can't believe you came all the way out here, yo. Just look at you, all ready to save the city and shit.
Aren't you proud of me?
I'd be prouder if I wasn't so worried about
I
you.
know. But see, I made it. Safe and sound.
All that worrying for nothing.
Hey, can it, phones?
Wait, is Neku here too?
Yep.
I guess you're still in between worlds, while Neku's been completely confined to the UG. Rhyme! Sorry for the wait.
Sashiki?
No worries, Shiki. You're just in time.
Should we get the post?
Oh, BT,
Yes!
I'm so glad you're okay.
No, she's cute. That squeal.
Wait,
She knows that
he's here, isn't he?
Yep, right over there.
You mean you can see him?
See him, talk to him, smack him on the head if I want.
You finally came back to us. I knew you would. Neku, I don't know if you can see me right now.
No.
But I'm so glad you're here.
Shiki. I can see you just fine. And soon, you'll be able to see me too.
You want me to translate, yo?
Don't worry about it. We'll see each other later.
Oh, I just got a message from Kaie. Everyone, sync up with Neku's consciousness. Lend him your strength.
Been doing it for years, yo.
Okay, we should be fine, theoretically. But it's a lot of stress on Neku. I'm worried about him.
Don't be.
Said he'll be fine, yo.
Tell him he'd better be.
Commence Operation Awakening. Now!
Here we go. Focus.
Well, look at that. People are finally waking up around here.
Welcome back, girl. Kinda feels like the fog's starting to lift for me, too.
Oh, you've still got a long ways to go. Try a little harder, will ya?
Aye. Never thought I'd say this. But I think it's time for me to get to work.
Can somebody explain how I got roped into this frickin' mess?
This is like literally the worst.
I know I'm irresistibly adorable, but can't you all just buzz off? Minimoto!
07734.
Ew. Hey! Don't just spout off numbers and walk away, you jerk! Whatevs, as long as he's doing his job.
You better do yours too, Neku.
Hey, you good, Bones?
Neku? What's happening? Is everything alright?
Yeah. Tell her I'm fine.
Says to tell you he's good.
Well, we haven't got much time left.
Need a hand there, partner?
Josh?
Pris, kid?
No one invited me to this little reunion, so I invited myself. I must say, this is quite the impressive scheme you've devised. I hope you don't mind if I stick around and observe.
Not at all, partner. Okay. Get ready, guys.
The fated hour is almost upon us. What happens next is anyone's guess.
Really? Fuck you, Joshua.
Right, of course.
Right.
got
Right
straight
at the
into
beginning
my
and
head.
right at the end.
One after the other. Fair and foul alike.
In loop.
Whoa, are you okay?
Stay strong, Nagi!
It appears she's predisposed to absorbing negative imagination.
Huh? I feel fine.
Glad to be of service. I rechanneled that depressive energy outward,
Emotional redirection.
in a sense.
Those noise keep multiplying. Kaie, Sugumi, Hishima, let's go lend the boss a hand. We'll keep the noise at bay. You just do what you gotta do.
Understood. I shall do my utmost. Open thy minds unto me, and pardon the intrusion!
Threat! Nagi managed to dive inside! You're up! Roger that, buddy! Time for a reminder. You ready, Shibuya? Come on, bang!
Are you creating a spirit bomb?
No, we're just opening Kingdom Hearts. It's fine.
It's time.
Yo, Rindo!
Feed, Neku! Nice work out there, you guys!
The once soundless city is silent no more. The people's voices are returning to the crossing. Huh. Sounds like Shibuya's already looking a lot better from their side.
We should be all set to intercept the noise. Remember, they're just mindless thoughts. Let's show them what Shibuya's made of.
Yeah, any minute now.
You sure we can win?
We have to. Can't play Fango if we don't.
Fango?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Whatever keeps you motivated, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Right on time.
Damn! How the hell did they all fit inside that pin, man?
Look skyward.
What's happening?
It looks like they're fighting or something?
Those souls lost to time are trying to take control, but Shibuya's fighting back.
They stopped.
All that still ain't enough?
No, but it was enough to give us a good head start.
I think I see something. A bird? Sure is gaudy.
All those noise came back and merged into one.
Like some nefarious phoenix.
Let's erase this noise for good!
You want me to do it, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I admit my eyes are drooping, but
Well, real boss fight, I guess. Hopefully.
Turn up the volume, yo!
Was my humble contribution.
That was great.
Hang on.
Keep it going. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Feeling better? Let's heal up.
Thank you for the follow. We're at end game, so I'm not sure how many spoilers you want. But thank you.
Time to use my true power.
What you been waiting for?
This feels a little bit like the last fight from the first game.
I was pretty great, wasn't I?
I can barely hear you because I put the headphones on.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just said that this reminds me of the dragon fight from the first game.
Oh yeah, I think it's supposed to draw those same vibes.
How's that? Better than expected.
I have nothing to target. There we go.
We're on a roll! Nailed it! Nice work. Oh yeah!
Looking good, brother. Get a grip, yo.
Oh shit.
Did it just heal?
No, we heal.
Okay. Just wanted to make
Because
sure.
we have the regen.
I just wanted to make sure. Because it didn't look like it had it above everyone, so I wasn't sure if it actually was the party or...
Because, remember we have 2 people with regen 3.
Right. I thought the regen applied to all the party, though.
No, it applies technically to specific members. Don't know if I should try to run.
Feeling better already.
I'm kind of glad that I bumped up the level for this just to make sure that it's not, like, too much of a trek.
I think we could have done it at a lower level.
Probably, but it's past 4 a.m. in the morning, and I just wouldn't want that kind of stress after all those cutscenes, you know?
I can keep going.
That's knockback's annoying, but I understand why it's doing it. Not even particularly adding challenge, but just adding to the scale of things.
Perfect timing.
Nice work.
Yes, got it. We're on a roll.
Phase 3.
I would assume so.
Oh, now boss's main head and the
Oh, there's just so much going on.
Ooh, wow, that was a decent chunk hit.
That was. Gosh, I don't know how much that would end up being if we hadn't raised the level.
I mean, we
It's
have
still
only
one
about
of the-
2,000 more HP. Cool.
Still, we were skating on like 10 levels below.
I mean,
On hard mode.
I still think we would have been totally fine. Because all this healing, as you can tell, is doing its job. And that was the main part of this build that mattered.
Yeah.
Did you see me just now? Wasn't watching. Feeling better?
So Joshua just came out of nowhere to just watch all of this?
No, he probably secondly synced. Or he might be just observing technically. And technically he probably is synced to the level to the Yuchi, so that's the reason why Neku, that's why no one else besides Neku commented.
Well, Beat saw him.
Right.
Is it over?
Did we beat it?
Is victory ours at last?
Hold up. Something ain't right.
You're right. Look.
What in the world is it doing?
I am so ready for this to be over.
Well, it ain't over yet.
Fuck.
Is this technically a phase 2?
Risen from the ashes.
Or phase
Is it immortal?
4?
I don't think so. Let's finish this.
For real! Just keep hitting it till it stays down, yo!
Oh boy.
Move, y'all! Get out of the way!
We must weather this storm!
Just gotta wait for an opening.
Well, we haven't got all day here.
I think dodging was... Yeah, dodging is added to the growth. I don't know why, but...
Over? Not yet. Now's our time to strike back.
Shit.
I don't think you're gonna be able to...
Fuck it, man. It did nothing.
Oh, does that mean it needs...
Oh, my fault. For turning back time.
What are you talking about, Rin, dude? None of us would even be here if it weren't for you.
Yeah.
Good point.
Bring it to me.
Let's keep it going.
This is very appropriate music for this boss battle, though.
A step closer to victory.
It's working.
We shan't rest until its fate is sealed.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going.
Freeze!
Hang in there.
God, this boss is so tanky.
I guess that's why there's this side phase to act as a very quick group. Come on.
Okay, so continuing to do it at least gets you 300.
Okay. Fuck it, let's try it. No!
Saying no, but switch to the feather maybe?
I can't. Well, I can't manually switch, but at least these.
Damn, could you have made this thing any tougher, yo?
My bad.
Then.
Hey, quit apologizing and start attacking! Okay.
Oh, beat.
I swear that's a line that was said at the end of the game development.
What do you mean? Just to quit apologizing?
Feeling better?
Let's keep it up.
It's over. Let's heal up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, hello. For some reason, I thought that that particular effect would have applied to the entire thing, the entire team, but I get why it would have been just to those characters. But it's still a huge chunk of health.
We're almost there. Everybody ready? I am. It's my responsibility to make things right. Rando. This city isn't going anywhere. Good. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Oh. 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 Okay. That's a lot. There's still 5 tails left?
Something like that.
I'm glad this is the final boss, because with the way the Shiba fight went, it didn't feel like that was going to be a final boss. This is a much more satisfying final boss, it seems like.
I mean, I know your idea would have been just getting revenge on the chameleon.
Listen, I could just go back to a previous state and get revenge on the chameleons.
Well, we're gonna get the boss noise soon.
We will, and that will be for getting completion and eventually getting the secret reports.
Yeah, you're finally making your own decisions.
Hell yeah, I am.
Ah, yeah. Because before, he was very
indecisive about pretty much everything.
Yeah, and he usually wanted to check with Swallow about everything before making a decision.
Don't let your guard down.
Roger that, yo.
Onward, soldiers!
Yeah.
Almost there.
Ow.
Oh no.
Good thing we have
I
healing.
think this is it.
It is! So don't screw it up!
So, that should work now, right? The 300?
Time for the...
I would assume so. Yep, it's working.
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
Yeah! Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Oh, because the calorie makes limited enough.
You know I will!
Everyone just needs to get in one final hit. Oh! No.
This is gonna be going past.
Oh no. Oh. Well, that groove meter's never gonna be achieved again. Or is it going to 1,000? No. Not. But close. Oh man. Look how that's basically what that was.
And it's almost
And we all
4:20
teleported. And it's a blue sky again. Yeah.
It's almost 4:20 a.m.
It's almost 4:20 a.m. And we got a pin.
We don't know what difficulty pin. Probably not the hard mode pin.
That's probably not the hard mode pin because I put us at a level of making sure that we could do enough.
We did it. It's gone.
Seriously? Like, did we actually beat that thing?
Wait,
Damn right
hold
we
on.
did. Dude! Come on, don't cry, boss!
Well, Rindo, it worked. Yeah, thanks to you. I'm just glad it's finally over.
Yeah, me too.
What about the game?
Oh, we're still in the
yes,
game.
We still haven't declared a winner.
Sheba. Seriously?
I must say, I was heated for our final showdown. And I can only speak for myself here, but I'm not fit to fight at this point. I'm all burnt out.
You and me both.
Technically speaking, you have beaten me once before. But there isn't much sizzle in a victory by default.
Don't tell me you want to play another round.
In case you didn't hear me the first time, I'm all burnt out. Let's just call it a draw. This time.
What do you mean this
I hadn't
time?
given much thought to what to do in this situation, but I suppose that means it's game over. In other words, we're done here, everyone.
Just like that? What are we supposed to do?
Go home, back to the RG. Toss that pin and you're all set. You'll be home before you know it.
Gotcha.
What about you, Shoka? I'll let you rejoin our ranks, if you so desire.
Oh man, he's asking her again.
Why would she do that?
Where else would she go if not back to Shinjuku with us?
Back to the RG with us?
She couldn't even if she wanted to. It's one of our rules back in Shinjuku. Once you're stripped of your title as a Reaper, you're out for good. So you wait. And when the game finally reaches its conclusion, you face erasure.
What?
That's the rule. She knew what she was doing when she joined your team.
Is that true?
Oh.
If you wish to rejoin the Reapers, then I'll give you till the end of the day. The decision is yours.
Damn. Sounds like you don't really have a choice here.
Says who?
Sheba, you heard him?
Well, what if I don't want to go back? I'm sick of being a Reaper.
So you just disappear?
Pretty much. I've made my peace.
What the hell? Why didn't you say something?
Didn't know I was obligated to. Be happy. The game's over. You got what you wanted.
No, I didn't.
Huh?
I wanted to play with you. Vango, we were gonna play!
Since when?
You're Swallow, aren't you? You told me right before I turned back time. You've been there for me longer than I realized. I get that the game has to end. But our friendship doesn't have to.
Well, you got me. Me and my big mouth. Listen, Rendo. If I return to the Reapers, I'll be stuck playing that dumb game forever. And I won't be able to see you. Not in person, at least. And that would really suck. It's been fun. And I'm glad we got to talk like this. You make a pretty good partner.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Joshua.
Huh?
Who are you?
The name's Yoshia Kiryu.
What?
But mother and father call me Joshua.
Oh,
I
God.
suppose you can call me Joshua too.
Can we help you?
No, but perhaps I can help you. You may not know this, but I'm Shibuya's composer.
Wait, the composer?
So you write music
No,
or something?
he's like the Game Master's master.
Let's say we celebrate this chance encounter with a little game.
What kind of game?
Shoka! What did you do to her?
I put her back on the street with the other stray cats. Find her, and you win.
She could be anywhere.
Good luck finding that anywhere, Rindo.
Joshua, what the heck? Why can't you make a fair game? For once. Oh my goodness. No.
So what is this?
All I'm saying is I totes deserve a long vacation after this. I mean, I raced like a literal frick ton of noise.
You're not the only one who busted their ass out there. Could have earned a nice promotion for myself if I'd kept track of all the points I racked up.
Even you pulled your weight out there, Math Man. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to having you back on the team.
Huh. Don't try to integrate me with you garbage reapers.
Excuse you? Who are you calling garbage, you overgrown adolescent?
I'm trying to solve a bigger system of equations here. Those Shinjuku Reapers didn't factor into my calculations, but they did help reveal a hidden variable. The composer. Time to run some figures.
Is that number cruncher really trying to become the next composer? If so, he should work on his delivery. Less math for starters.
Best to just let him do his thing, girl.
Actually, I'd high-key prefer if he, like, didn't do his own thing. He should, like, listen to his master.
Huh. Since when did he have a master?
Since I ever so graciously brought him back to life. Which means he owes me a super-de-duper big favor or two. And I'm totes gonna make sure he pays me back. Or he'll face super-de-duper big consequences.
Good luck to her.
She'll need
Oh
it.
my goodness.
There's no way he's taking orders from anyone. But enough chit-chat. It's time to get back to work.
You really went above and beyond, girl. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you really did have a promotion on the line.
If only. All that hard work, and nothing to show for it but utter exhaustion. I think it's time I took a vacation.
How's about a bowl of ramen to kick things off?
Your treat?
My pleasure.
Then count me in. Slurping noodles by myself was getting pretty boring anyway.
I know the feeling.
That's very good.
Nice work, Neku. I knew I could count on you.
Count on me to break free, you mean? After you lock me up?
I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I didn't trust that Reaper. So when she shot you, I sent you to Shinjuku as a precautionary measure.
I appreciate your concern. But I think we both know you had an ulterior motive.
Well, aren't you the super sleuth? I'll admit, I wanted to make sure you kept my secrets to yourself.
Didn't give me much choice.
My sincerest apologies. I should have known I could trust you, dear partner.
Oh, brother.
Although, I did worry dealing with the Executor might have been too tall an order.
You mean that Kubo guy?
Indeed, I had vowed to intervene if things took a turn for the worse. But you all seem to handle things on your own just fine.
Hey, Josh.
Yes?
Can I go home now? To the RG?
You mean you don't have your sights set on staying here, becoming composer?
Can't say that I do.
Your loss. Very well then. One good turn deserves another, as they say. Let's not keep her waiting any longer.
Finally!
Wait, Shiba, where are you going?
Tsugumi.
The Shibuya Reapers said they'd let us stay. Aren't you going to take them up on their offer?
No, I'm going back.
But why?
Because it burns me up getting played like that. I can't let that be my legacy. It's my fault Shinjuku's in ruins. I ought to be the one who starts rebuilding it. I chose to bring about Shinjuku's destruction. It's only fair that I then take responsibility for the decision I made. And to that end, I suppose I also owe a few folks an apology.
In that case, is it alright if I go with you?
What? Don't you prefer it here?
I admit it isn't bad, but there's no place like home, right? And if you're going to restore things to the way they were, then I want to help.
You're too kind.
Allow me to join you.
No one knows quite how to snuff out my flame like you, old friend. Care to stomp on my embers too, while you're at it?
And sully the soles of my shoes? I think not. You've chosen to run from the city you once ruled. I needn't embarrass you further. That said, if you seek to restore Shinjuku to its former glory, then I cannot stand idly by.
Nor can I. I've got data on Shinjuku. That should help us start rebooting the city.
Well, I suppose I could use the company.
A simple word of thanks would have sufficed.
You'll get your thanks once you've earned it.
Rude.
Thanks for everything, Shibuya. See you again someday.
I ship those two also
Yo, Ron.
very hard.
Why you ain't gone home yet?
Come on, let me live a little beat. I'm steady and no play makes Rhyme an overworked girl. Not to mention how worried I was when you disappeared. I spent all my waking hours trying to find you, and all my not waking hours asleep at my PC. Don't you think I deserve to take a load off for once?
I don't see no load around here. But you're right. Gotta have some fun once in a while, yo.
Hey, Beat.
Sup, Shiki? Any luck?
Not yet. I don't think he's back yet.
Don't sweat. Phones is a man of his word, yo. He'll be back in no time. And if he ain't, then I'ma give Priskid a piece of my mind.
Josh better watch out. I'm sure Neku's fine, but I still worry. I guess I just need to see him with my own eyes. You know?
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, you'll know him when you see him, huh?
Hey there.
Hello.
Sure is some lovely weather we're having, isn't it?
It sure is.
Go big brother on him! Do it, beat! Do it.
Hate to spend such a nice day all by myself.
Do it, Pete.
Excuse me a sec, yo.
Okay, but don't start any trouble. Any minute now, right? He should be able to spot me, thanks to this little guy. Every morning I tell myself, today will be the day, but I'm always wrong.
Not today. Right? Hey. Sorry it took me so long.
It's been 3 years for them. It's been 14 years for me.
It's okay. Waiting wasn't so bad. All that matters is that you're here now. I'm so happy you're back, Neku.
Me too.
So happy. Gosh dang.
Feels pretty good. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Right? Man, I missed this. The hustle and bustle of the city. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Dude, I started playing Alestra.
That game Nagi's obsessed with?
Yep. There's this guy, the one who looks like Mr. Minami. He keeps smiling at me.
Lucky you.
But like, I kinda wanna see where it goes, you know?
You sounded invested.
Enough to keep playing a little more, and enough to satisfy boss. She wants a progress report.
What for?
Practice, she says.
As I said, Lord Tosai, Illustra is more than a mere game. 'Tis a veritable tome of truths about the nature of human communication. One that teaches us serenity in the face of an overzealous opponent, or perseverance in the face of an onslaught of abandonment.
Guess she thinks it'll help make me a better communicator.
Let's hope.
Well, I'm stuffed. Catch you tomorrow?
Sounds good. Hmm? Hey, there's a cactuar on the crossing. Guess I better go catch it before it runs off.
It does sound basically like a visual novel.
And got him. I would message you, but you've been offline for over a month. And I haven't seen you since that guy made you disappear. Haven't even heard from you. The game's been over for weeks now, and the only trace left of you is this old account. You don't even show up in my contacts anymore. I just want to talk like we used to, but there's no way to reach you. There's so much I wanted to say. And now I'll never get the chance to tell you any of it.
Oh, sorry!
No, it's okay.
Rindo?
Huh?
It's you, right?
Shoka? Whoa, careful!
Still adjusting to life on the other side. Normally, I'd just pass right through people.
You're here, in the RG.
In the flesh, which is, you know, another new adjustment. Guess I'm a bit of a slow learner.
The hell? You should have said something. I could have helped.
Yeah, you could have helped by not ignoring my friend requests.
Huh?
I got locked out of my accounts, including my alt, and I made a new one so we could be friends, but somebody didn't check his inbox.
No way!
Oh, my bad.
Fango too.
Seriously?
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Unfortunately, I'm back at level 1. So lend me a hand, okay? What?
No, it's nothing. Got a nutkin I can give you.
Oh, sweet!
I'm so glad that you finally found each other.
Guess it's official now, Rendo.
What?
We're finally friends.
Friends.
You need a tissue. I think you might need a tissue. Are you sure? I only have to believe you, Calvi. No, Dickie, stop. Look, and here's the problem. We're going to sit through these credits because I am going to.
Yeah.
I'm rather sure it's going to be a post-credit scene. Geez, for the tissues.
Rude! You're supposed to out me. How dare you? The only thing that probably would have made it better, and I know it probably wouldn't have happened, is that maybe Joshua took small pity and just brought Cannon back. I realize that probably wasn't gonna happen, but I can hope. Okay. Shiki and Neku got their reunion, and that's good. Shoka and Rindo got it, so. This is Square Enix, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I
I
mean-
wanted to make sure because I was thinking it's like, wait, I'm pretty sure it is Square Enix, but now I'm not so sure with it being 4:41 in the morning. This is the most recent Square Enix game I've played. Have a good night, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out. Once we figure out what the end credits thing is for this. Oh no, Nikki, I'm sorry.
Nikki, I'm there every night. I literally had to get up
I
at
love
9
you
a.m.
too, Nikki.
after doing this.
I'm
but
sorry,
yeah.
I've kept you up yet again. This is true. I could see it. So we didn't see Mr. H at all.
No.
And if all of this was... If all of this was Kubo's doing... Was that pin then technically from Kubo?
No. You know it's... Like, we know it was from Josh.
Based on how the introduction or prologue was set up, it still seems like it's Joshua, but then why? Why would he basically give him a pin that would cause all of this?
Because it's probably part of the game.
Yeah, but what game was he playing?
Well, clearly the game was between Kubo and Joshua.
That's what it feels like. Aww. I'm glad they did that. Well, I guess we need to figure out one of these to save over.
We're just gonna keep rotating our saves.
We are.
And they brought back Another Day.
Another Day. Shit.
Well, this is probably where we're just allowed to fuck around.
Probably. I would hope so.
Hi, Chords and everyone.
What?
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
It's
Hi,
funny.
Chords.
You literally, as you see,
we literally just beat the game. We just
and
got
sat through 25 minutes of cutscenes.
We did sit through like 25 minutes of
And,
cutscenes.
well, to be fair, it's 25 minutes of cutscenes and credits.
Yes.
We got late enough that Chords was able to raid you.
Oh no, I'm so... You did indeed.
Yeah.
We got super deep into it, and then we're just kind of like, whoop, let's do it. How was your stream? We did not plan to go for this long.
No, I mean, we started at 8:30 our time, so 1:30 your time, Chords. Sorry, 5:30 your time, Chords. With the assumption that it would, that this would take hopefully no more than 6 hours. As we could tell, we're off by at least 2 hours.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to go for too much longer because I have to be awake in 4 hours for work.
Yeah, we just we want to see what
But
they.
we were a little too committed to this.
Oh no, you're way past sending stream too. Oh no.
I mean, at least you have a reasonable bedtime usually. You usually try to go to bed at midnight. So yeah.
We just got super deep into it and we're like, no, we need to finish this.
Yeah. I mean, I would say midnight is a reasonable time. If I went to bed at midnight, I could actually have 9 hours of sleep every night. Thank you for the drop by, Cards.
That is fair.
I mean, it's not me as a fish, to be fair. So yeah, as in like 5 seconds, it's back to spoiler mode. Because we are going to check a few things out and see what we can do.
Yeah.
But thank you all who are going to stay by for like next probably 15 minutes at this point. We're probably just going to wrap it up at top of the hour. Sleep well, Chords. Fuck.
We did it. We are 85% complete on chapter things. Okay, so there were no pigs. Thank you, and thank you again for the raid. That was super sweet of you, and I hope you have a good time. Good night.
Oh God, it's really they're doing this again.
Tell you what I
It's
did not read it.
a entirely different experience from the rest of the game, which is what they did in the first one.
Wait, so
Another Day it plays out like Another Day in the original World Ends With You, where remember the original Another Day was about Tin Pin Slammer.
Yeah,
we completely ignored it because we didn't actually have to do it. Because we were able to, because you don't actually have to do it to get 100% secret reports. You only need to do it if you want 100%, because you need to go and you actually complete the Tin Pin Slammer shit to access the final boss rush, which we decided not to do on your save file because
You had already had on your save file, and we figured if we wanted to, we'd do it on yours.
Yeah, and then we just kind of like, I don't want to sit through the final boss rush again.
No, I get you.
Because it's just feels fucking endless.
This is it. At long last. Today's the day. It's Shibuya Palooza. The biggest and best music festival Shibuya has to offer. Bands and artists from all over the world are set to perform right in front of the 104. I can't believe this is finally happening. I've waited so long. Years, it seems. But the wait is over. This might just be the best day of my entire life. No, there's no might about it. This is totally the best day ever.
Hey.
Rindo? I know you're excited and all, but you're getting a little carried away. Huh? Your internal monologue was not as internal as intended. Oh, whoopsies. I'm just so excited. How am I supposed to keep all this inside? I mean, I get it though. We have been waiting Shibuya Palooza for many moons. Yeah, I just lost control for a second there. Anyway, you know what the best part of today is? Of course you do. Everybody does. Death March is back after 10 years.
You remember who Death March is?
Death March is the Reaper band, right?
777 in his
Yeah. Right? Or no?
No, that's supposed to be...
But that wouldn't make sense because it's only been 3 years. Wait, I didn't get to read that.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm so pumped. Death March is legendary. To think I'd be able to see them live. Somebody pinch me. Right? I never thought it'd happen in a billion years. Especially since they all seemed happy doing their own thing as solo artists.
However, it's not technically tied to the original events.
I know. And it's been 10 whole years. Mm-hmm. The mere thought of Lord Ishimoto stroking his guitar before my very eyes.
Phrasing!
Phrasing, please! Contain yourself.
I mean, you might be one of the few legal characters, but...
No! Stop. No.
Ow.
No.
Ow. No. It's not, it didn't actually hurt, but... that was you getting the horny bat ready.
I gave him a boop on the head. Wow, you really like him, don't you, Nagi? Naturally. I'll have you know I have followed his entire musical career, pre-debut to solo. We know you've told us plenty of times already.
Hey! Yo, Rindo! There you are, dog.
No need to shout, Beat. I'm right here.
I ain't shouting at you. I'm shouting at Shibuya Palooza. Woo! Hey, Rindo.
Hey, Neko. You two come together?
Yeah. I almost wish I didn't beat her because calm down and act normal. I didn't get a week of sleep last night. Couldn't concentrate.
So this is the manic energy of a sleep-deprived madman.
Can you blame him? Shibuya Palooza is finally here after getting pushed back a bunch because of, well, everything. So
That's too real! That's too real, Neku! Bring it back! Bring it back!
As someone who literally just got the refund for a concert canceled after waiting for 18 months. Fuck, come on.
That feels like a
And literally we dealt with plague noise.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. This game is too much 2021 energy.
It's also too much 2020 energy, honestly.
I mean, I would say more 2021. At least you can kinda hang out outside.
Oh.
We've been waiting forever, yo.
This is just gonna be us whenever things are safe again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait a little longer until Fred gets here.
Wonder
what's keeping him. Oh well, he'll probably show up any second now. Maybe he couldn't sleep either.
Or he's so excited he forgot to be on time.
That wouldn't surprise me. But you gotta hand it to him for getting us tickets. Those lotteries are brutal. And he somehow managed to get the very first tickets they sent out. He's either incredibly lucky or incredibly dedicated. Either way, we owe him big time. That much is undeniable. Speak of the devil.
Hey, guys.
Hey. You okay? You seem kinda down.
I do? Of course I do. Huh? What's up? Couldn't sleep?
He lost the tickets, didn't he?
Listen, guys. I'm really sorry about this.
Sorry? For what?
What you do? You lose our tickets or something?
What?
Hmm?
Inconceivable. Not even he would be so careless as to misplace our precious tickets. Yeah, he's not that dumb. Anyway, what is it you... Brett? Brett? Don't tell me.
Nah. Nah. I lost the tickets. They're gone forever.
What? Please tell me this is a joke. I think I'm gonna faint.
That's it. It's all over. No, this can't be. I am so sorry. I don't even know how it happened. I thought I was just throwing out the receipt, but... Yo, are you for real with this?
You fool! This is why you always acquire your tickets digitally. Nagi, this is not the time. Without those tickets, we can't get into the show. All our hopes and dreams shattered. This is the worst day of my entire life.
I'm sorry.
Oh Lord Ishimoto, may you find it in your heart to forgive your wretched followers for failing to witness your glorious reunion.
I'm so sorry. Alright, that's enough. Fred doesn't need everyone piling on him right now. Everyone makes mistakes. Give him a break. He's probably more disappointed in himself than any of us are in him. But just saying a lot. I planned my whole summer around this.
You know.
Oh, we may not be able to see the show, but we can still hang around the grounds.
True. Just breathing in the Shibuya Palooza air could be fun, maybe.
Should be food trucks around, too.
Perhaps we will be so lucky as to hear the echoing tones of a guitar in the distance. It's better than nothing. To 104 it is. Which probably means that the rest of the music's unlocked. At least I would imagine so.
I think we have to do more. Okay, so let's go to thoughts. Actually, is there any... No, there's no side quests on.
So what did we unlock?
Ultimate difficulty. Said it costs 8.
It costs 8? What?
I thought they were going to make it...
Sometimes increases the group beat between Nagi and Miyami.
What?
What? But we don't have him anymore. We don't have him in our party anymore.
What? I'm a little confused here.
I am too. We don't have a way of being able to get him in our party anymore. How?
cool. So we still have it. We have a lot of friendship points we still need to earn somehow.
God, we do.
And I don't want to actually read it right now because it is way too early in the morning, but we do have another report. We still have 7 records to collect. Holy shit.
We do. They just hadn't shown up in the shop, but I imagine with the whole, like, music festival thing that it's probably going to show up. And at this point, it also means that I can look up what it is we need to do to be able to get the rest of the secret reports. And that'll be a lot of grinding off screen. Game over. We plan to
100% this off screen.
At least as close to 100% as we can. At least get all the reports. And if there's any interesting boss fights, we'll play those on stream. But once
probably
we get
after we already beat it off screen.
Yeah, just so it's not a fumble of trying to get it. Look up what needs to be done for the secret reports, so that way we can have all those. And once we have all those, we'll be able to do a stream dedicated to basically the wrap-up of this game, because we're definitely wanting the secret reports.
Okay, chapters. What
Especially
have
for the
we not
fact that the
done?
3 secret reports that we have
got
are...
one miss.
Oh, we
one
missed a
pig. We still have one here. Like, we didn't get almost any of the goals in the last few dives. To be fair, they were very difficult.
They are. That's
and
gonna be...
we might have a little bit more grinding to do.
No, definitely. And a lot of that is going to be getting ultimate difficulty, which is also why I didn't want to spend all of our points, but...
I already did.
You did. You just went ahead and spent them.
Which is fine. So probably we're going to get friendship points by completing it every day.
I would imagine so.
So, and the thing is, we do have a few dives that we can try to get better rankings on.
And obviously, we're probably going to need all the pigs to be able to get secret reports as well. I'm honestly surprised we didn't get a secret report with completing, or at least doing a playthrough of the game.
Yeah, they're not that kind.
So,
Hold on,
what? You want to see which pin we got, yeah?
Yeah.
God, this is only 53%.
Also, this is only
okay, cool. We got the hard pin
on a 12% chance. Aren't we fucking lucky?
For gods, that ultimate difficulty is 4.5.
That's at 9.0 drop rate.
I know.
Which means in order to get it to 100%, let's see, that means 0.5%. So you have to have a 200 times drop rate at a minimum.
What level do we
on
have?
ultimate difficulty.
On ultimate difficulty, at what level?
I mean, we actually couldn't lower our level low enough to get 200 times drop rate. We would need to combo the boss noise into something else. Which means we would also have to unlock the boss noise. Oh, right.
Wait.
We got Dark Matter and Black Cat Plates from this boss.
Okay, cool.
Shiva's boss. We did get
the hard one from that, which is good.
I mean, we had it at like 20 times drop rate, which means we had about 50-50 shot. And we, this is...
Okay, so we got more hard...
We do need to go back and clear a few bosses on hard... sorry. But also, there's 5 bosses we still haven't touched.
We do.
I assume these are all bosses.
You know what? I'm curious, actually,
what
the secret noise... or secret reports. I can speak. Okay.
So...
Let's see. Okay. Because there was a guide.
Also, we had to go back and eventually get all the pins, which means we had to go get some of the pins that we already technically mastered, but then had to redo it the right way. Okay, Stay Gold is a psychic shotgun, so not 2. Hog Healer is... Okay, it's actually probably just a better version of our current heal.
So... some of this isn't making sense.
But...
So for the first secret report, it's week 1, day 1, Drum and Stinger at the Scramble Crossing? Secret report 2, week 1,
probably,
day
you don't...
2.
Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. If I'm correct, that means if I'm Drum and Stinger, so... If I remember correctly, this is a... So we're gonna have to clear out certain noise on certain things.
At the Scramble Crossing?
On week 1, day 1.
Yes, on week 1.
So there's going to be special noise that we had to clear out. I mean, this one's not going to be that difficult.
That one's not going to be, but...
But I don't know if we had to do that at ultimate difficulty. We don't know if there's any... But...
It's not listing difficulty on this, which I
might want to
imagine...
the top of the table. Just to make sure that it doesn't say, hey, anything... Oh, these are like such...
Let's see...
If there's any special conditionals. But...
These will give you access.
Oh, sorry, it is referring to the boss noise version. So we do have to clear all of the boss noise in order to get all the secret reports. Which actually clears out a lot of boss.
Give you access to secret and making them important. Fortunately, it's not too tough once you have a handle on the thing. Importantly, you'll need to make sure you unlock Hazuki Migari's social link node. This lets you go back to chapters and take on bosses in the form of blue noise. These are the main way you'll get the secret reports, which we already have.
So we need to get at least 13 more friendship points. So for now,
so a lot of these, there's gonna be a social link for 100%ing the social network.
Of course. Hold on, I need to go to the bathroom.
You're fine. I'm just looking up things.
Yeah.
So it looks like a lot of these is basically going to be going back and fighting specific noise on specific days in specific places. So that's gonna be something. It'll be fine. We'll have a lot of grinding to do. So, it's not going to be anytime soon, but, you know, now that I think about it, now that we've gotten through the spoilers of this, I had it on follower only because we want to avoid spoilers because Square Enix had let it out. Accidentally sent out digital codes for pre-orders early for the full game, and then after that point it just became that, oh, well, people have probably already beaten this. So, I'll go ahead and remove that. Now anyone can talk. If they want to.
Yeah. I mean, technically there are still some spoilers left, but...
Some, but not really major ones, I would feel like.
The secret report.
Yeah, but...
That's basically the majority of the
secret report's also kinda up in the air. Because it's basically recounting, like, everything. And we'll still go through those. And being that that's mostly going to be an off-screen thing anyway, like, I'm not too worried about it at this point.
Yeah. So yeah. For now, whew.
Thank
I'm going
you.
to still try to get much. I'm going to still try to get as much done before I head out on Sunday.
And if anything, we can make sure that you have a save file copy on yours. Because you have my profile on your Switch. I just need to enable that.
Yeah.
Hey, put this to the cloud so that way the cloud can get moved to there.
Yes, and then we have to go and coordinate with each other to indicate that, hey, I'm working on this. Please make sure that
it gets updated.
It is synced.
Yes.
Which you'll see what happens, right?
It'll be okay.
I'm sure it will be.
It is past 5 a.m. in the morning.
I just turned on the AC in the bedroom.
It is very late.
So we're raiding the claws.
Yeah.
We're not sleeping well tonight, are we?
I mean, that kind of depends on what
we call well.
More of how long are we gonna be laying in bed, like being like, what the fuck? And just talking about everything. Thank you all, though, for hanging out. Anyone that hung out from raids, I appreciate it. And for just hanging out while we went through this in general. I did not think the last day was going to be that long. But we
didn't think it was going to be technically split into 3 parts.
We did not. But our file is currently 70% completed, which, you know, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
That's not bad for a first playthrough.
Yes.
And I'll figure out eventually when we want to kind of redo this, at least with talking about the secret reports and stuff like that.
And doing some of the extra secret bosses.
Yeah, because I just figured that anyone that went through it with us would probably want to be able to see those and talk about it, and I think that'd be neat.
Yeah.
For now, we're gonna go sleep. We can go say hi to Nick Waz. He's an artist, mostly pixel artist. I always forget.
You should probably know.
It's Yachts Clubs.
Yeah,
the one
basically, his
Shovel
most
Knight.
infamous work is Hollow Knight.
No,
Sorry, Shovel Knight.
Shovel Knight.
Shovel Knight. Whatever.
Let's go say
Bye.
hi. Have a good night. Thank you.